Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
May it please the court, my lady. Good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Melisiwe, please place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 16th of March, 2022, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
2022.
2021.
That was the case number, Judge. It's 2021.
Is the case? I thought it was the date. Thank you. Before we start, I think there is a request by Mr. Van Bergen and Ms. Foster, who requested to be excused for today. Mr. Van Bergen is tomorrow and Friday.
As your ladyship pleases, my lady, I unfortunately have long-standing commitments tomorrow and Friday, which I've tried to extricate myself from, but have been unsuccessful in doing so. If your ladyship will excuse me on those days, Mr. Rick Martin, my instructing attorney, will sit in and conduct proceedings on behalf of Life Esidimeni in my absence.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. Just before we continue with the next witness, there's a little bit of housekeeping. Professor Pino will be available on Tuesday, coming Tuesday, the 22nd, from 10 o'clock till 11:30. He already moved some of his appointments to be available to this court.
Tuesday, what will be the date for Tuesday?
22nd, my lady.
20. Yes.
Then the next witness, Dr. Tala, will be led by Ms. Hassim. And following Dr. Tala will be, according to the sequential list of witnesses, will be Ms. Dorothy Franks. Regarding the witnesses that is represented by Mr. Pichlela, I would just like to request that he contacts us so that we can discuss the deducing of his client's evidence and whether he's ready to continue with the evidence and so forth.
If I may come in here, before we continue with these witnesses, I see and I understand why Dr. Talatala is coming here, but from witness number 24, isn't it proper that we finish those witnesses that they are there who couldn't testify? I'm just for sequence.
The only witness that,
for instance, if I may, we still have issues with the evidence of Cassandra. I don't know, I think there could be people who joined the proceedings like Mr. Sibara. And I don't know, maybe Mr. Pinar would want to cross-examine her. I don't know whether Mr. Pinar was already there, but I know that Mr. Sibara wanted to cross-examine the witness because the witness was led prior to him being appointed as a representative on record. And then all those outstanding, I think there was also something else. I don't know who was there.
The only one is McClory Daphne Glover.
Yes, I also wanted to come to that one.
She's still indisposed as a result of sickness. I had a consultation with a legal representative on Monday. She's still not ready to testify.
But can you check maybe Mr. Sibara? Can you check with Mr. Sibara if, and I think maybe, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure about Mr. Pihlela. I think he would also maybe would like to cross-examine Ms. Chambers.
Ms. Chambers didn't testify at all about the NGOs, my lady.
Oh, okay, Mara, I know that Mr. Sibara, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
he might
that's
be.
why it's just that now I'm thinking of other things, but I think it was Mr. Sibara. I think it's yes. I'll just have to check the record, but I think it's this one, and I can't remember another one. But the council must also indicate which witnesses they wanted to be recalled, so that the court would have to look at the applications, and then before we start with these other witnesses from 24.
I would appreciate if they would contact me. So
yes, and if there is nothing, we'll have to continue. But now, taking into account the fact that Ms. Ndlovu is still indisposed, then we'll have to proceed.
That's correct, Madam.
All right, okay. So what is happening today? Are we proceeding with Dr. Talatala?
Dr. Talatala, that's correct, Madam.
And then Ms. Hasim will lead him.
Will lead him, Madam.
Okay. All right. So I might just arrange my house. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, I deem it meet just to indicate to your ladyship that I did have a conversation with the evidence leader, Mr. Late, regarding the cross-examination of Professor Pinal that's standing over. He has indicated to me that his availability will only be limited to 1.5 hours, if I understood Mr. Late correctly. I did indicate to him I've reconsidered my position and I have deemed it proper to be able to curtail my cross-examination to be of such a nature that we would be able to conclude, hopefully, within 1.5 hours, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much,
in accordance with his availability, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady. Lady, I may just indicate the witness that your ladyship referred to, Miss Chambers. At that stage, I was not on record yet when she testified, but I will reconsider my position in that regard also.
Yes, that is why I was just alerting some of you, because I'm aware that some of you were not on record then. I hope Mr. Sibara or Mr. Makani is hearing what I'm saying. And I don't see anyone responding.
Melody, we are here.
My hand is up.
Please, you will make the necessary arrangements. Let's not prolong the matter. Thank you.
We're not prolonging the matter, my lady. I just wanted to get clarity from the court. I wanted to raise this when Advocate Foster led the witness. I'm not sure if the Inquest Act allows this procedure that other than the evidence leader, we can lead our own witnesses. I just wanted clarity from the court and colleagues, my lady, if this is procedurally correct. I just want clarity.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the other issue.
No,
okay.
Not my lady.
All right, Mr. Late, and whoever who wants to respond here, yes.
I view it in the light that a high court has inherent powers to...
Come again?
The High Court has inherent powers to arrange its own procedure. And after the first case meeting, your ladyship did indicate that the legal representatives who so choose can lead their own client's evidence. And that's the basis on which this is done.
I'm covered, my lady. I'm covered.
Okay. Any other one who wants to say something before Mr. Sibara? I understand, but I think it's in the directive. If
my lady, if I may, by
Yes.
when should we make an indication as to whether to wish for any witness to be recalled? Do we have any due date for that?
No. We're not going to have due dates. We're having when Mr. Sibara came on board, he indicated some concerns. Then I indicated to him that should he feel the need to recall the to cross-examine the witness at a later stage, he will be afforded that opportunity. So I'm just raising it now. Let it be done as soon as possible. It can. I think you can talk to the evidence leader. Start making arrangements today so that we should know next week. I don't want us to be left in a situation where we'll be waiting. So I'm raising it because I want it to be done as soon as possible.
As the court, please.
Thank you very much. Shall we then? Whose hand is this now? There is a hand that is still up. Unless if one of you has forgotten to. Yes. Was that Mr. Pinar?
Sorry, my lady, I slipped me to remove my hand.
Okay.
I just wanted to concur with Mr. Late on
With regard to the one of you leading the witnesses.
as the court pleases, my
Yes,
lady.
I think it's correctly captured in the directive. I said either or. I mean.
Yes, my lady,
Yes.
and it's your ladyship's prerogative, my lady,
Yes.
to direct the procedure
Yes.
in this specific inquest, which is actually, if I can call it, an extraordinary inquest that's been conducted, my lady.
Okay.
May it
Thank
please
you
the
very
court.
much. Thank you. Mr. Sibara, I hope you are covered now. Mr. Pinar has just confirmed what Mr. Late has said. Shall we then proceed? Yes, let me just quickly access case line. Yes, Ms. Hasim.
May it please the court, my lady. The witness is Dr. Mvuyiso Talatala, and he's ready to be sworn in.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, my lady.
Nelisiwe, can you please administer the oath?
Thank you, Judge. Sir, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Mvuyiso Talatala.
Do you have any objections against taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not have any objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Hasim.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Talatala, you've provided an affidavit for the purposes of this inquest. And attached to your affidavit is a CV expert report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, counsel.
My lady, the affidavit is to be found at page 37 456 of the record.
Yes. Should we go to the page?
Yes, my lady.
I thought you were going to give, okay, all the, and the opinion on which page so that we can have all the pages before
My lady, the opinion is an attachment, it's an annexure to the affidavit.
Okay, that's fine.
So there's actually just one document to be submitted as an exhibit, which is the affidavit. And the affidavit has two annexures. The first annexure is Dr. Talatala's CV. And the second affidavit is the actual opinion. The second annexure is the opinion.
Thank you. I'm there.
Thank you. If I could please ask someone from my team to just display the affidavit.
Okay, all right.
So you can confirm that this is the correct affidavit. Do you see the affidavit on page 37456, Dr. Talatala?
Yes, Council, I see it.
And on 37458, is that your signature?
Yes, that is my signature, Council.
And it was commissioned on 11 March 2022, is that correct?
Yes, Council, that's correct.
My lady, before I take the witness through the statement, may I request that the affidavit be admitted into evidence as exhibit? I think we're at U now.
This is the 11th of March. I don't see the year.
My lady, the year is on the stamp of the SAPS.
I'm just, okay, where is that? Because if you
on the
look at,
it's on page 37458.
my page 37458. Oh, yes, I can see that. It's not that 2022. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady. So there isn't a 2022 handwritten above it, but it's on the date stamp of the SAPS officer.
Is there any objection before I hand in the statement? Is there any, before the statement is admitted into evidence, is there any objection, to that?
No objection.
Thank you. The statement, this is an expert affidavit by Dr. Talatala, and it appears on pages 37456 to 4758. It will be the last exhibit was T. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Lady.
Then this will be now
You, my lady.
U. It is therefore admitted into evidence as exhibit. Should it be U1? Because can you assist me?
Yes, it would be U1, my lady.
The statement as appearing on pages 37456 to
My lady.
Just a second. 37456 to 37458. It's admitted into evidence as exhibit U1.
My lady, if I can just clarify the page numbers.
374.
It's 7456, but with the annexures, it goes up to 37482.
Okay, I thought, okay, so the annexures, I didn't include the annexures. The last page will be?
37482.
37482. The affidavit of Dr. Talatala, as it appears on case line pages 374562 to 37482, is admitted into evidence as Exhibit U1. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady, there is no objection, but I would just maybe suggest that the rider be added that the date, which is a technicality in this matter, has been rectified accordingly, my lady, and confirmed by the witness, my lady.
Thank you very much. The date for the signing and the commissioning of the statement has been confirmed by the witness as the date that is appearing on the police stamp, which is the 11th of March 2022.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Kasim.
May it please the court. Dr. Talatala, your CV is at page 37459.
Yes, Council.
Can you please tell us where you are currently employed?
Council, I'm working in private practice.
If you can check, you seem to be having an echo from your side.
Okay. Yes, I'm working as a specialist psychiatrist in private practice at Dr. S.K. Matsige Memorial Hospital. But in addition to that, I'm an honorary lecturer in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of the Witwatersrand. I'm also a consultant for chronic mental health care users that are admitted at Solomon Sticks Memorial Hospital.
And what is your qualification, Dr. Talatala?
I've got 3 qualifications: the MPCHB, Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, the Fellowship of the College of Psychiatrists, as well as Master's of Medicine in Psychiatry.
And in your CV, I've noted that you are under professional membership, that you're a member of several psychiatric societies.
Yes, I am, starting with the fact that I'm the member of the South African Society of Psychiatrists. But with that membership, I'm also a member of the World Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the African Association of Psychiatrists, as well as under the Society of Psychiatrists, there's also what is called Psychiatry Management Group for Private Psychiatrists, which I'm a member of. We are also I am also a member of the American Psychiatric Association, as well as the World Federation of Societies of Biological Psychiatry. I think those are the main membership. For the private practitioner as well, I am a member of the South African Private Practitioners Forum, SAPPF.
Thank you.
So just a second. So this is supposed to be South African Private Practitioners Forum, not Practice Forum.
Yeah, Practitioners Forum. I think that's an error.
Yes.
And for the sake of completeness, Dr. Talatala, you are a past president of the South African Society of Psychiatrists, otherwise known as Sasop.
Yes, Councillor, I was the president of the South African Society of Psychiatrists from 2014 to 2016.
And you have provided an affidavit in 2015. You provided an affidavit in litigation regarding the transfer of users from Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, I did provide an affidavit in 2015.
Was that on behalf of Sasop?
Yes, Council, I was the president of Sasop at the time. Yes, I was representing Sasop.
Can you just clarify for us what is the membership of Sasop?
Well, the Sasop represents South African psychiatry. Membership is composed of psychiatrists. I think over 90% of South African psychiatrists are members of Sasop. It has the total number fluctuates. It's probably around, because people emigrate and pass away, I think it's around 600 psychiatrists in the country. There is, under that membership, there's two big groups, the private psychiatrists, which I call Psychiatry Management Group, as well as the PubSec, which is Public Sector Psychiatrists. But the overall body is the South African Society of Psychiatrists that has got a board of 7 people, and the chair of that board is the president of Sasop, which was me at the time between 2014 and 2016.
And so Sasop has both psychiatrists in private practice and psychiatrists who work in the public sector as members.
Yes, we've got psychiatrists in private sector, in public sector, but there's a good number that overlaps as well. Those who are in public sector who are doing a bit of private practice, and those like me, I'm in private sector, but for many years I would do a little bit of public sector work.
Thank you, Doctor. So what percentage of psychiatrists in the country are members of Sasop?
I won't have the exact number, but it's over 90%, and it is the only body that represents South African psychiatry. There's no other body of psychiatry. So any professional psychiatrist would be a member, but it's not a compulsory, it's a voluntary membership. So I think we're around 90% of membership, and it fluctuates as well. As I said, that people emigrate and pass away, so the number does fluctuate around 90%.
Are you talking about 90%?
90%, yes.
Okay.
So it was on behalf of this organization that you provided an affidavit in 2015, but why did Sasop bring that application?
We brought the application because we had a background to a problem that was evolving, which was, I can give the background maybe at another stage, but around the time the Gauteng Department of Health had announced that they were terminating their contract with Life Esidimeni, and we were aware of this before it was announced through what I usually call rumors, and we had tried to engage the department, and we had written several letters and try to speak with them and engage on these discharges that we thought were going to pose some risk, but we had not received any cooperation from the Gauteng Department of Health. And then at this time, we were then, with others, we were thinking of approaching the court so that we could get, if I were to put in my own words, I may not remember what the technical words that we used when we wrote it, but the aim really was to get ourselves and the Department of Health to negotiate and talk and discuss about the process of discharging these patients, the risks associated, and the safer way of actually doing it. But we had not, and when we had written letters and asked for meetings, we had not received any joy from the department. So we thought that at the time, the court would at least assist us to get the ear of the department, because as psychiatrists in the country, we are the ones who are the resource of knowledge when it comes to issues of psychiatry, especially when we are dealing with patients who are as ill as the ones who are at Life Esidimeni. So we are actually the resource. We are availing ourselves, actually. It's a pity that we're attempting now to avail ourselves to.
Thank you. So in your report, we're going to turn now to the content of your report, and you speak about this in the introduction. You speak about the transfer of patients from Life Esidimeni. And you say that the death of some former Life Esidimeni mental health care users followed the rapid discharge of patients from LE facilities when the Gauteng department terminated its contract with Life Esidimeni, and that this happened in the context of deinstitutionalization. And I just want to pause there. Could you please explain for us what is the process of deinstitutionalization that was taking place? How are we to understand that? There's been evidence before the court briefly about deinstitutionalization of mental health care workers into the community. Can you explain for us what the policy is and how this works? Thank you.
Yes, Council. The process of deinstitutionalization is a worldwide process. That if I were to take you back, that came in the history of psychiatry when medications were being discovered. Remember, long ago, patients would stay, when they've got mental illness, they'll be kept in institutions indefinitely because there was no treatment. That happened with mental illness. If you were to remember, there are other diseases that people were kept in institutions. So there was a process worldwide of deinstitutionalizing. But in South Africa started implementing the policy in 1994. And the idea was to reduce, because now we had discovered, I think from the 60s especially, the new medications that were proving to be effective. It was not necessary to keep people in hospitals. You could treat them and discharge them to their communities. So around 1994, South Africa then took the same direction. So we deinstitutionalized, I think we used to have about 70, I put it, per 100,000 population in 1994 were institutionalized. The beds, and then those beds were reduced. I think by 0405 they were around 35 per 100,000 beds. But if I were to take it, fast forward it, around 2013, 2012, 2013, the Department of Health, National Department of Health, organized some meetings where we came up with a policy called National Mental Health and Policy Framework. A strategic plan. In that policy, it was agreed by those who developed, and it's in the policy itself, that we had rapidly deinstitutionalized from 1994 to the time of the policy, and we had already, had problems with that. So patients were ending up in jails, in the streets. So we're rapidly releasing patients to communities that were not ready. So in that policy, it was then emphasized that we must therefore develop community-based mental health care services so that any further deinstitutionalization will be, those patients, when they leave the institutions, they'll be well received by a community psychiatric services that are ready to have them, so that we don't end up with patients in the streets or in the jails.
Thank you. So at page 1 of your report, you say at the time of the rapid discharge of MHCUs from LE, there were about 2,000 patients in LE facilities. And you say these were the most severe patients, and the patients we anticipated it would be difficult to discharge. Please, can you explain what you mean by the most severe patients and why, in the context of what you've explained of a deinstitutionalization policy, why they were difficult to discharge?
Yes, Council. The 2,000 number is my estimate. I think there is a final number that eventually got discharged, so that can be corrected. It's my estimate. It could be 1,800 and something, but it was around that time. To explain why I would think these were the most severe patients, I would like to take the court through an overview of the mental health care services in Gauteng and where I worked. Firstly, I worked at Sterkfontein Hospital as a sessional psychiatrist from 2006 to 2013. So in the ward...
Okay.
My apologies, my lady. My lady, I'm of the opinion that this witness's evidence is very, very important. He tends to deliver his evidence at quite a pace that I personally can't keep up.
Yes, in fact, I also wanted to stop him, but then I realized that he was having a problem also.
Yes, my lady, if the witness can perhaps just, perhaps like a lecturer with the slowest pupil in class, present his evidence.
But Ms. Kasim must also assist us because she is the one who's asking questions. Dr. Talatala, okay, maybe I should allow Mr. Van Bergen to finish and then from there.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Talatala, before Mr. Sibara also comes on board, can you please understand that we are lay people and in this field of yours, and we have to understand your evidence, not necessarily, here you will have to understand it. So some people are also taking notes. So just bear that in mind and don't rush when you answer. Ms. Hasim,
may I please record
you
my
are
lady.
the driving force. You have to assist us.
Yes, my lady. I'll try to.
Mr. Sibara, I hope you are not going to complain.
Lady, I had stopped writing because it was very fast. I had to record with the phone.
All right. Thank you very much.
Please record. Dr. Chalatala, can you please slow down? You were about to speak about the particular users at Life Esidimeni in the context of deinstitutionalization.
Apologies, my lady. This does not feel like my lecture theatre adverts. It's more anxiety-provoking.
Continue.
I was saying that for me to explain it well, I need to position myself. Firstly, explain the mental care services in Gauteng, the provision, how patients flow through the system, and where I was working, how I know it. So I worked at Stekfontein Hospital as a sessional psychiatrist, visiting psychiatrist, from 2006 to 2013. And in those years, I ran a ward which one can easily call it a treatment-resistant ward. Why would I call it like that? Because Stekfontein has got 3 male wards. At the time, it had 3 male wards. So if you get transferred from Paraguay...
Sorry, Dr. Tata, did you say 3 male wards?
Male wards.
Male. Is it male
for men, my lady?
For men, yes.
So it has several wards. The hospital itself has got many wards, but it had 3 male acute wards. So if you are familiar with Gauteng, if there's a patient at Chris Hani Baragona who is severely ill, who is refusing treatment, I'm using Chris Hani Baragona as an example, who poses a danger to himself and others, and he is, Baragona can cope with that patient. They will then transfer that patient to Stekfontein Hospital, a male, and that patient will go to those 3 wards. Those wards have got each has got a psychiatrist. They've got registers, a full team. Each ward functions fully with a full multidisciplinary team. So they will then treat these patients in those wards. Those who are well, who recover, will be sent back to home. But those who take too long to recover will then be sent to my ward, which was, for some time, it was Ward 9, became Ward 5, then it became Ward 9. So they are being sent to my ward so that I can try different medications and also give them more time to be treated. More time, I mean months or even years of being in my ward. So those I'll be receiving patients from those 3 wards. Once they're in my ward, then even there we do psychosocial rehabilitation, we use medications. So we'll use all kinds of medications to try, sorry, let me just be also specific. What we're dealing with here will be psychosis most times. So to try and settle the psychosis. At the same time, we'll try and engage families, because we want, once the patient is better, we can release the patient home. And we would at times send the patients on pass out to test them at home and see if they will cope, and then eventually we'll release them. I mean, one of the reasons would take time to reintegrate is that at times, 1, 2, or 3 times, we'll get a petition from a family, from a street, for instance, in Soweto, and say, this person has troubled us, has done this and that, do not release him from Stekfontein. So for that patient to be reintegrated with that community, you can't just, because now they are well, send them back. Otherwise, the patient can easily be killed by the community itself. So we'll take our time to reintegrate. So to get them better and try to reintegrate. But this sometimes failed. So if we fail to discharge them to their families, our second best option would be to discharge them to an NGO. Like, if I remember the names well, it was Tandanani, Talisman I think is still around. So we'll send them to an NGO. So the NGOs, how they would do it, I would use the word soft. I found the NGOs to be a bit soft. They will not easily cope with our patients. We would release this patient. We'll make an application to an NGO. The NGO would then either want to try the patient for 3 months. I can't remember. There was one that strictly would want us not to discharge the patient to them, but to release them on a pass out to them. And then once every month, they will bring the patient for me to assess. Second month, third month. Then if 3 months has been successful, be spending a month. So what happens? They'll go and spend a month for it to be slower. Come back for me, I reassess the second day, they give a good feedback, the patient is fine, then go back for the second month, then the third month, then I'll eventually discharge the patient to the NGO. If that fails, that patient goes back to the Stekfontein under our care in that ward. Now, there is a group of patients who would not even cope, the NGOs will not cope with them, and they will be sent to us. Or even ourselves will realize this is not a patient for NGO. Those are the kind of patients that will then make an application to Life Esidimeni for further treatment at Life Esidimeni.
Can you pause there for a moment, Doctor? When you refer to these NGOs, are you familiar with the NGOs? Do you know what kind of level of care they are able to provide?
Just hold it there, Doctor. Thank you. May I respond?
Yes, my lady. I'm familiar. I mean, as we had to, with my team, we had to decide which patients goes where. I've got a sort of an idea of what they have. Obviously, I cannot say I've got such expertise as if I've run an NGO before, but they would sort of offer care, but it will not be the same, in my view, as the one at Life Esidimeni or the care we're offering at Stekfontein. But it would still be good enough care. I'm saying it's good enough because at least they were able to decide which patients, they'll have a criteria of admission. They would know which patient to be suitable for their own system, because the NGOs as well, they may not necessarily be at the same level. So they will have a criteria of admission, which patients they would prefer and what level of care they are able to provide.
And when you transfer patients from Stekfontein to the NGO, you do it over a long period of time. You do a trial run. Is that what you were describing? Sort of a trial run with the NGO, and then take the patient back before sending them again to the NGO.
Yeah. Some of the NGOs would prefer a trial run. Some of the NGOs, they'll come and see the patient and see if they prefer the patient. At times, even our nurses or social workers would actually go to the NGO. So there was a bit of communication between the ward and the NGO, because we want the NGO to be comfortable taking the patients. Because remember, if we dump them with a difficult patient, they may not have a good attitude towards us. because, and we're not the only ones sending patients to them. Paragonat is sending, Charlotte McCluggage is sending, Helen Joseph is sending, community psychiatrists is sending. So we would not want to give them something that will put them in trouble, because then they would think that we're careless, and then they could give us hard time in the future.
And do you have any idea of the number of NGOs? What's the capacity of the NGOs to absorb patients? How many NGOs were available for the province?
Oh, no, I don't know that. I don't know that number. I didn't even know it at the time. I don't think I've ever paid attention to it. But what I know is that it was difficult to get a space in NGOs then. It is still difficult today. So I had worked there for, as I said, 2006 to 2013. We always struggled to place patients at the NGOs because they didn't always have capacity. Space for our patients, but also some of our patients were quite not fitting their criteria for admissions.
But the NGOs that okay, that's fine. You were saying that after attempting to discharge these severely ill mental health care users to NGOs, there were times when you wouldn't succeed. And that's when you would admit them to life Esidimeni. I think that's where I interrupted you, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's correct. Either we would have failed, but also just by our own assessment as well, we would see that this patient would not, the level of functioning of the patient would not fit to the usual NGOs that were referred to.
So they would...
Sorry, Council, I didn't do this by myself only. You remember I had a social worker, occupational therapist, nurses. I will have a doctor, a registrar, a doctor in training who is looking after them. I was overall overseeing the process and signing it off.
So what type of patients would be admitted to life Esidimeni?
Okay. Mostly what we referred, because even at the time we're dealing with this, I was using my memory of what we had. I'm sure Life Esidimeni received several other patients from other hospitals, and they may have had patients from long ago, but the ones I referred, and the one would be mostly severe mental illness, that is schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. But they could also be people with dementia, head injuries. There could also be what was now called it was called mental retardation, but it's now called intellectual disability. Yeah, there could be those kind, but that would not be a bulk from Stegfontein. The bulk from Stegfontein would be schizophrenia, substance abuse as well. I'm forgetting that one. Where there's overlap between mental illness and substance abuse, those patients are struggling to get better. Yeah, so it's mainly, if I were to just summarize it, severe mental illness, different categories.
Thank you. So you say, again, just for clarity, you say we were talking about, you were describing the most severe patients and what they're made up of, and then you say it is an expected phenomenon. So this is on page, it's a sentence that starts at the end of page 1, but it continues on page 2 of your report. It is an expected phenomenon that a small number of MHCUs will require long-term care in a service like one that was provided in Life Esidimeni. And then you cite an academic article, and you say, and this view is supported by NMHPF. Can you just explain that acronym, please?
That is National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan. It's the policy I talked about earlier on, that I said the government released it in 2013. It was to sort of scale up services of mental health care from 2013 to 2020.
National Mental Health Act and?
Sorry, National Mental Health Policy Framework.
Okay.
And Strategic Plan. National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan. It was a policy of the National Department of Health.
Okay.
But that was done in consultation with all the provinces. I think each province had a can't remember what they were called, those meetings, but all mental health care workers would meet, all stakeholders would meet provincially. Eventually, we end up having a national meeting where we came up with that document.
And this was it was accepted in this policy framework that there must be a certain number of minimum beds that are retained by the department for long-term users.
Oh, no, I don't remember from the document for sure. But if you look at mental health care, the bulk of the care should happen on an outpatient basis within the community. A bit of it will happen in the hospitals, tertiary. Let's just focus on public sector, in the regional and tertiary hospitals. But there will be, there will be a small number of patients where the patients never respond to treatment. They are still psychotic. They still have behavioral problems. I mentioned this because I always have to keep saying it to the physicians that I work with, because if you look at it from the other medical conditions, if you don't get well from your high blood pressure, you eventually die. If you don't get well from your diabetes, if they cannot control the episode of diabetes, you eventually die of seizures. But with us, because there's slow progressing illness, those treatment refractory, those who are not responding to treatment, there will be a small batch in any country where no medication helps them. So they will need to be institutionalized. We maybe debated whether that's the best way to keep them, or we must just leave them to the street or send them to jail. But in my view, the best would be to institutionalize them. It is not usually a big number. As I said, at Life Esidimeni, we're dealing with about 2,000 patients for the entire Gauteng province. I think the population at the time was like 12 million people in South Africa, in Gauteng province. So it is not a huge number, but we cannot expect the antipsychotics or any medication to treat all conditions on everybody. So there will be a small number that will be left. And we should have provision for that care. But the bulk should be in the community. What is usually a problem today, if you were to just go to mental health care, is that the bulk of the funding is in tertiary care, and there's less funding in the community psychiatry. That is why then, when you discharge them out of tertiary care, they struggle. The community care struggle to look after them. They end up with the families, they end up defaulting medications, they end up relapsing and going back to the tertiary care for acute care.
Thank you, Doctor. So if there is this sort of almost an inevitable number, a small number of patients who require long-term care, what do you say about their prognosis? And how does this impact on their life expectancy?
Okay. The prognosis has got many. If you look at their prognosis of their psychiatric disorder, that one can say is poor because they have not responded to their medications, they have not responded to therapy, they have not responded to any interventions, or they have responded, but it's not good enough for them to function within the community. So in terms of psychiatric condition, it's poor. They are more likely to stay having the psychiatric condition until their death. The life expectancy of mental health care users generally is reduced by the illness, and I can explain why it's reduced. So let's say for schizophrenia, probably it can be reduced on average by 10 years because of the poor. If they're in the community, they are likely to be injured, they are likely to be in the street, they are likely to be exposed to environmental factors, substance abuse. So even also they may gain weight and get diabetes, high blood pressure. They are less likely to be able to go to hospital for care. Even when they are there in the hospital, if they go by themselves, they are likely to get poor quality of care, not to be understood by the general medical doctors and nurses in hospitals. So that reduces their life expectancy because of those additional factors. Assuming, for instance, for schizophrenia, the life expectancy is reduced by 10 years. That doesn't mean that every patient with schizophrenia, since life expectancy in South Africa is around 62, 65, it doesn't mean that everyone with schizophrenia will die at the age between 52 and 55. This is an average reduction in life expectancy. Some people with schizophrenia will live up to 70, 80. Others may die younger. So that's what we mean by the reduced life expectancy. If you were to now, if I look at the life expectancy, if you were to compare between releasing someone with severe mental illness to find their way in the streets versus keeping them in an institution, you are more likely to preserve their life by keeping them in the institution rather than releasing them into the street to find to find their way. Because then, if they are in an institution, they'll be checked up. They'll be someone will make sure that they eat properly, they are sheltered, so they'll be looked after in an institution. So that does preserve their lives. But if I were to summarize, in overall, there is a reduction in life expectancy in people with mental illness.
Thank you. So you've looked at dockets. You've provided this expert report. And you say that you consider whether there are circumstances that could have contributed to the deaths of individual deceased mental health care users. You say that you've reviewed the documents in the dockets of 10 deceased persons. Is this the docket that was on case lines? Are these the dockets that are on case lines?
Sorry, Council, what do you mean by case lines?
Oh, okay. So you were provided with files in respect of each of these deceased. Is that correct?
Yes, Council has provided files of them and many others.
And what were the contents of those files? You don't have to be, just generally, what was in those dockets?
It would be documents from, and some of them will have documents from life Esidimeni, prescriptions, nursing notes, maybe some blood results, I think. Then it will be some affidavits by family members, some affidavits by NGOs. I think some of them would have some clinical notes, hospital notes from the hospitals, mainly in Pretoria. I think that's what we had. And then some postmortems and police documents with police signatures, and then forensic pathology people.
Thank you, Doctor. The first deceased that you refer to is a person by the name of Virginia Makpela. My lady, that's docket number 7.
Yes, I'm there.
And you say transfer from LE. I assume LE, you mean life Esidimeni throughout this report.
Yes, Council. Apologies for that. But that abbreviation, I'm using it for life Esidimeni.
Okay. You say transfer from life Esidimeni to Anchor Home. You say you could not establish in the docket. And then transfer from Anchor Home to Precious Angels is 29 June 2016. Just for your purposes, that's correct. It is 29 June. My lady, this deceased was a subject of the evidence that Ms. Hannah Jacobus provided.
Yes.
And Ms. Makpela was on the bus that came from Life Esidimeni to Anchor Home on the 29th of June. And the court will recall that there was an issue with space. And so Anchor could not absorb those patients, and so they were taken to Precious Angels. This is one of the deceased that was taken to Precious Angels on 29th June. That's just for background.
Yes.
So, Doctor, can you just explain to us now what your observations were on looking at the docket? you say, for example, that that there was a periodical report done at Life Esidimeni that stated that she was not suitable for placement at an NGO. Can you explain what a periodical report is?
Yes,
Just a second, Doctor. Yes, continue.
Yes, my lady. A periodical report is a requirement of the Mental Health Care Act and its regulations, Mental Health Care Act of 2002. And I think it was there even before this 2002 Mental Health Care Act. But in the current Mental Health Care Act, it works this way. So if you are keeping, okay, let me step back. There's three categories of mental health care users. There are those who go by themselves and consult a doctor or a hospital, and they voluntarily get treatment. Those we're not talking about today. There's another two categories, those who either cannot consent to treatment, which are called assisted mental health care users by the Act, or those who are opposing treatment. They are refusing treatment. So they're treated by force or coercion. So those are the patients that usually stay for prolonged periods in hospitals. They've been admitted without their consent, maybe because they don't know they can't consent, but sometimes even they're opposing. So now the way the law is written is such that South Africa needs to protect those people so that doctors, families don't just keep people in hospital and against their rights to all the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. There must be a way to make sure that patients don't are not just kept in institutions unnecessarily because they are alleged to have mental illness. They must have a recourse. So what then happens if you can treat assisted mental health care users and involuntary mental health care users, and you're going to keep them for some time? There must be a way that you report to someone. So what is that way? It's called a periodical report. It is a report that the doctors and nurses are supposed to submit within 6 months of a person in an institution, including Stekfontein or even Baragwanath, or any institution that look after people with mental illness for a long time. So within 6 months, they must do the first report. Then on an annual basis, then these doctors and nurses, healthcare workers must provide a report. And they are providing these reports, periodical reports, to the review board. And then the review board will write back and say, okay, we agree with you, keep that mental health care user. Or the review board could say, I
just want to slow you down a little bit. So the periodical reports would be provided to the review board. This is the Mental Health Review Board that's established under the Mental Health Care Act.
Yes, Council, is the review board. Mental health care review board is established as prescribed by the Act. So it's
go ahead.
Yeah, it's sort of a body that, if I were to use those terms, it supervises us as we look after the mental health care users. But it also provides a recourse for the mental health care users. Before the Act was passed, when we were still using the old Act, I think it was 1977 Act, if we put a patient in a psychiatric hospital, the only recourse they had against that would be for them to approach the court. Can you imagine how difficult that would be for them to get themselves out of Stekfontein? But now with this process, because there's a review board, if you get admitted against your will for mental health care, you can approach the review board and appeal, and the review board will come back with a response within 30 days. And the review board will actually have a hearing where the patient themselves or the family can represent themselves and say, I don't want to be in this hospital. The doctors can explain to the review board why they think the patient should be in the hospital. And then the review board can then make a decision. Assuming that then the mental health care user does not agree with that finding of the report, I think in my view, it's only then you have to approach the court. So if I had to go back to the periodical, So the periodicals then, we do them, as I said, within 6 months of admission and on an annual basis. And in that review board, the healthcare workers looking after the patients, usually a doctor, it's also signed by the head of health establishment. It will make certain recommendations. It will explain why they think the patient must still stay longer in the institution. And then the review board will look at that information and then authorize the institution to continue keeping the patient institutionalized. As I said, if the review board felt the information is not adequate, we are keeping this patient unnecessarily in the institution, then the review board would then instruct that institution to discharge that patient. I do think that then any patient or anyone who wants the patient discharged can approach the review board and say they are keeping the patient unnecessarily. Please intervene.
Thank you. So
yes, continue.
So where there's a periodical report that says that a patient was not suitable for placement at an NGO, unless the Mental Health Review Board gives an instruction, if I can put it that way, that patient should not be moved to an NGO. Would that be correct?
If the healthcare workers wrote a report and said this patient is not suitable for NGO, that patient should not be discharged if that is in the periodical report, unless the review board finds otherwise. But then the review board would have to substantiate this with evidence. There should be some psychiatric, so someone would have to, an alternative person would have to provide real evidence that they've assessed the patients. They think that these doctors are lying, that we have written this periodical report.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, so sorry, Council, my lady. Also, assuming that I wrote the patient is not suitable, but I did not provide any reasons, the reviewer can write to me and say, what do you mean by that? What's your evidence for that? Assuming that there is no diagnosis, no mental illness, but I just write not suitable. But no, I can't just do it that. And there must be, the form itself asks you certain questions that you must fill in that to substantiate that. I mean, your conclusions.
Thank you, Doctor. So,
in other words, whatever information that you provide in the application form to the review board, the review board still has to look at the information and decide.
Yes, my lady, they look at the form itself has got information. They look at the information and the recommendation has been signed by healthcare worker, has been signed by the head of health establishment, and then they will then provide a response whether the patient must be kept or not kept.
But if they are satisfied with your recommendation to say this person is not suitable to be discharged to an NGO, therefore that person shouldn't be discharged to an NGO.
That's how it works, my lady. That patient should not be discharged to an NGO if they've said so.
And then that was her question. All right, continue.
Thank you, my lady. That clarifies it. So in this case, you were looking specifically at Ms. Machpela, and the recommendation was that she was not suitable. The words were not suitable for placement in an NGO. First of all, we know she was moved, and as I said, she was moved first to Anchor and then to Precious Angels. Do you have any comment on what the impact would be on this kind of user of a transfer from one NGO to another?
Just hold it there. Just hold it there. Yes.
Yes, my lady. I mean, there's many problems that would occur as the person is being transferred. Firstly, the institution has already said not suitable for NGO. Ms. Virginia had dementia, had been at that institution, which wheelchair bound and not able to communicate. So it means at Life Esidimeni, she was being looked after by a healthcare team that would understand those, I'll call them deficits. That word is allowed. It's certain deficits that that she had that the healthcare workers there will be familiar with. So if she is going to the next set of healthcare workers, if they are of equivalent, let's take a scenario where she was being moved from a Life Esidimeni to another Life Esidimeni of equivalent level. The healthcare workers at Life Esidimeni would prepare the healthcare workers that are going to receive the Virginia. Tell them about the deficits that she has. In fact, they can even have an opportunity to come and look at her and see if they will cope with her. But so that ought to happen when they discharge Virginia from Life Esidimeni. They are required by the Act to fill in a form called Form 3, which is a discharge report, which will detail, give some of the issues that they must be aware of and the prescription, whatever it's signed by the
This is now the discharging institution, Life Esidimeni, for example.
Yes.
Yes.
So they will have to do that. In fact, what we also do in most hospitals in Gauteng, in fact, probably all hospitals in the country, we also do a detailed, because Form 3 is a bit short, we do an additional detailed discharge summary that tells the receiving institution when the patient has been there, how did she present at the beginning of her illness, what are her challenges, what is the actual diagnosis, what is the medication.
Just go slow. You do a detailed discharge summary.
Yes, in most psychiatric hospitals, in addition to that Form 3, we do each hospital will have a form designed by the hospital, some 2 or 3 pages, that provides a detailed, a more detailed summary of the patient's file. Because remember, this person has been at Life Esidimeni, for instance, if we talk about Virginia, for 2 years. So she probably has a very thick file with the nurses' reports, the pharmacy reports, the doctor's reports. So it will be difficult, even if you gave the next institution the thick file, it will be difficult for the institution, especially in our pressurized healthcare system, it will be difficult for the receiving institution to peruse the file and be familiar with her. So there need to be some pointers that are summarized in a much more detailed summary that tells us how long has this person been there, what were the symptoms that they
Just a second. How long has he been there?
Yes, the date of admission. What are the symptoms she presented with?
Yes.
What are the current symptoms?
Yes.
If there were tests done, which would probably be done at Life Esidimeni, what tests? If there's been tests that have been done, because as they are there for a long time, there will be annual tests done. What tests have been done? What diagnosis the person has? Additional diagnosis to the psychiatric diagnosis, if there's any. The level of functioning. The level of family involvement.
The level of?
Family involvement, the person's family involvement.
Yes.
And some kind of a pointer or idea as to why is the person remaining institutionalized. This information that I've just listed is what even Life Esidimeni would require from us at Secondary before we send the patient to Life Esidimeni. They would have their own form, application form that will send before they even receive the patient. We'll make an application form covering those areas. And once they've evaluated the form from Secondary, for instance, then when we are sending the patient, we'll have a discharge summary from Secondary. That has got, because at the time of application, it won't be the same time as when they are receiving the patient. So we'll have to do our own detailed discharge summary. So even from Life Esidimeni, if the patient is going to an NGO, there must be a discharge summary covering all those areas, so that the assuming that the family was last involved at the beginning, if you go through the file, it will take too long to figure out that the person has been there. Or assuming that the person had a seizure 2 years ago, but that is no longer an issue today, and it's not been an issue for the past year and a half. But the team that knows the person would have put that in the summary so that we don't miss it when the person has a seizure. We don't know that it's someone who's vulnerable to seizures, for instance. I'm just using seizures as an example.
Thank you. You may proceed.
My lady, I know that it's 11:20.
Yes. Yes. Perhaps it's time for us to take a tea break. Doctor, how do you pronounce your surname?
It's Talatala.
Talatala, not Talatala. It's Xhosa.
Yes, yes, Malay.
Yes, okay. Okay. You are warned. I hope you are familiar to attending court proceedings. So you are therefore warned that the evidence that you are giving now, you need not discuss it with anybody else until you finish giving evidence, and you are therefore excused by the court. So we're going to resume now at, this is now 11:35. Let's resume at 11:35 in order to continue with your evidence. Thank you very much. The court will adjourn.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court, please.
Thank you. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Asif.
Please, the court. Doctor, we left off talking about the move of Ms. Machpela to Anchor and then to Precious Angels. You note in your report that the post-mortem report revealed severe malnutrition, dehydration, gangrene on both legs, that she was emaciated, and that she was grossly underweight. What do you make of these observations in the post-mortem report? And let me just start with that question.
My lady, to me, the postmortem reveals someone who was quite sick at the time of passing away. Severe malnutrition, the dehydration, as well as the gangrene in both legs. It's indicative of, to me, of someone who was severely ill. To me, it is suggestive of poor care.
It's suggestive of poor care.
Yes.
Continue.
Is it normal for mental health care users to be underweight?
What's more common is being overweight from our medications, but they can lose weight if they are not eating. The illness itself is on a rare occasion that you have, I don't think what she has, it's a rare occasion that you could have, there is a condition where medical cases may refuse to eat and not eat, and then you have to force feed them. But it's a rare, nowadays we don't get that anymore. So it's unusual for them to lose weight unless they're not cared for. As I said, if they're out in the street, there's no food, especially with dementia, no one reminds them. If, like Virginia with dementia, she would have needed to be reminded to drink water, just for the dehydration, be provided with the water and be taken to the water. She would have to be reminded of her meals, and she would have to be given her meals 3 times or whatever the dietitian has recommended to be the appropriate meals for her. If that is not done, then she would lose weight because she may not remember to eat.
Thank you. You, in your conclusion, after having reviewed the documents, you say the following: "It is my opinion, therefore, that it was reckless for Virginia to be discharged to an NGO against what was recommended in the periodical report. Given the post-mortem findings of severe malnutrition, dehydration, and gangrene, there was neglect in the manner in which Virginia was cared for in the NGO. Alternatively, those who cared for her in the NGO did not have the competence to look after a patient with dementia as Virginia had." Can you explain for the court what level of competence is in the caregivers is required for a mental health care user like Virginia?
My lady, it's what to seem in my head as common sense. But I've realized over the years that you need to train people on these things. It's linked to the deficiencies that Virginia would have. As I said, the big problem that she has is lack of memory. So she cannot remember things. The second problem is lack of
Just a second. Yes.
There's many deficiencies, but I'll just highlight the most important ones that we
No knowledge to remember things, and then?
Yeah, that's lack of memory. The second one would be the deficits in the executive function. Executive function. By that, I mean the ability for one to plan, think, and organize their life, their day.
That's all it then? Yes.
Yes, the executive function, as human beings, we take it for granted, but it is what will help you at the basic level to wake up, know what you're going to make for the day, what meal you're going to eat, what time are you going to eat, where are you going to sleep tonight, will you sit in the sun or in a shaded area. So that kind of is what is damaged in the brain. The brain lacks that ability to do that, and it declines over years. If she was already at where are you going to sleep? Must you be in the shade in the sun? That kind of planning. So that kind of planning declines with with dementia. And in Virginia's case, the fact that she was already, there's a lot of people who've got dementia who are in the community, who are staying with their families, especially I work in a black area, black community. Black communities, in my experience, they do not particularly like placing their elderly with dementia in institutions. They prefer to keep them, even when I advise it, they prefer to keep them at home. If a black family opts to place, most times that patient is a huge, but that person has got big deficits that are a burden to that family. They don't automatically place the elderly with dementia in institutions. So Virginia had been there for 2 years. That would mean she had quite significant deficits. The kind of care, therefore, she would require is actually nursing care. In fact, that's what Life Esidimeni provided, is nursing care. She would need nursing care that includes making sure that she's fed, she's provided with water, she's protected.
Just a second. Yes.
She's protected from the environments, like whether she's in the sun or inside the in a shaded area. So from the environment, she is protected because she may not think of that. The other one that is important in her case, when you look after this patient, is that they will not be able to communicate when they are sick. She herself was not, I think she was not able to communicate, but they would not be able to, even if she could talk, even if she had words, the language was still there, but she may not be able to express and say, my legs are painful. For instance, the gangrene that she has would probably start with pain symptoms before the tissue start dying in the feet. So she wouldn't be able to express those symptoms. She wouldn't be able to express hunger, feelings of hunger, and dehydration, that I'm thirsty. In a way, I'm not saying she may not be feeling it, she could be feeling it, but in a way that the second person will understand, unless they are familiar with her and unless they are familiar with the illness. So
just hold it there. Yes.
So she most likely needed nursing care and by a team that is familiar with her. Or if it's a team not...
Yes.
If it's a team not familiar with her, that team will have to be familiarize, even if they're trained. I'm not talking about now just an ordinary person. Even if it's a nurse, that nurse would have been, as I said, that nursing team would have been briefed about her deficiencies, her difficulties, because not one patient is exactly the same as the next patient. So the team would have to familiarize themselves with her, get information from the referring hospital so that they know that the challenges that she has.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. So, Dr. Talatala, that's the level of competence that was required to care for Virginia. And you continue in your conclusion to say, taking into account that the treating team at LE had advised against placement in the NGO in their periodical report, discharging her to an NGO would have exposed Virginia to the risks that were anticipated by the LE treating team. What risks do you have in mind when you wrote this? You say the risks that were anticipated by the LE treating team. What risks are you talking about?
Yes, my lady. First, the team at Life Esidimeni would have weighed, if I to use that word, they've weighed this patient and said, should this patient continue to be with us, or should this person go to a well-established, at the time they would have been talking about well-established NGOs. Can a well-established NGO cope with this person? And they would have recommended to the review board in the periodical, no, this person is not suitable for placement in a established NGO. Then what risk would they be thinking about? It is the level of care that she requires, because the Life Esidimeni team would be aware of the level of care available in the NGOs. Like we were aware at Stekfontein when we were discharging patients, what level of care we can get from NGOs versus level of care we can get at Life Esidimeni versus level of care we get at Stekfontein. So they have been aware of the level of care in the NGOs that were established, what level of care they would have. For instance, they may have felt that she does need nursing care, and the NGOs may not have continuous nursing care. They may have one nurse, but not have continuous nursing care as a hospital like Life Esidimeni would. They may not have, maybe she needed care workers to supervise it. So they may not have, so the team at Life Esidimeni would have been aware of those risks. Hence they put they wrote that she's not suitable for NGO.
Doctor, you referred to, you emphasized well-established NGO. What resources does a well-established NGO have?
My understanding of that, yes. In my understanding, they may vary. They may vary. And also, actually, they would vary.
Come again, I didn't pick that up.
Sorry, my lady. They would vary. My understanding of them, I've never run one, but my understanding of them, they would vary. The level of care they would provide, the service that they have, will depend on the patients they are prepared to receive. So an NGO that is going to take easy patients could go by with a care worker. They can provide food. In fact, I think if I remember, there was a place called Kagiso House that I think took about 6 or 8 patients at a time. It would offer, lighter care in the sense that I think it was someone who owned the NGO who just looked after a small number of patients. So they will know they are competent. It depends on what level, what the numbers they are prepared to take, how many people are they going to receive per day, and how severe they are ill. The more severe the patients are, and they will need proper nursing care, access to medications, and those kind of things.
Just a second. Thank you.
Please report. Doctor, you spoke about a number of patients a day. In your experience at Sterkfontein, in discharging users to an NGO, how many patients typically would be discharged to an NGO on one day?
It would be unusual to send a batch. It would be 1 or 2 patients, but it would be unusual for us to send a batch of patients to an NGO. I think to be risky to send a batch. We'll send 1 or 2 to an NGO. I cannot remember where we sent a batch unless someone forced us to do so. But on a normal, with our own, would release them. On their side, but they're also on our side. You know, if you are running a hospital and you don't want to create crisis unnecessarily, the system is already overwhelmed. So you don't want the doctors and the psychologists and the OTs to be discharging a batch of 10 patients in one day. You want them to discharge slowly, because remember, they have to prepare those documents I talked about, discharge summaries. They have to meet, assess the patient, accept that the patient is ready for discharge, prepare those documents I talked about.
Just a second. What do you have to do?
Sorry, they have to make a decision about the discharge of a patient.
Mm-hmm.
So which is assessment. They have to assess the patient. The whole team must be satisfied. It is not just me as a psychiatrist who must be satisfied that this patient is suitable, because I don't have all the skills. The social worker, the nurses that are with the patient every day, the psychologist, the OT. So everyone has to be satisfied
Just go slow. Yes.
So just step back. The risk is on both sides, the receiving NGO as well as the discharging hospital. The team there must be on the same page that this patient is suitable.
That is now the referring team.
The referring team, the discharging
Correct.
team, yes.
The discharging team.
Yes.
So it's the issue of making a decision. If the patient has to be discharged, that is now, this relates to the assessment of the patient.
Yes, my
yes,
lady.
Yes.
Yeah. They have to assess and agree as a team that this patient is suitable for discharge.
Just hold it there. Yes.
As the team, each member of the team must be comfortable with the discharge or have an opportunity to raise concerns with the discharge.
Okay, just hold it there. Yes.
For instance, the nurses that are there with the patient all the time are the first ones that must tell us if the patient is suitable for discharge to an NGO.
Yes.
And the social worker working with the doctor, they must also be comfortable that the patient is suitable for discharge. I am mentioning the doctor.
Yes.
I am mentioning the doctor because he is the responsible one for filling that discharge summary at that form 3.
Is he the one that completes it?
Is the one who's going to complete it, my lady. But in addition, he must be comfortable that the medications the patient is on will be available in the community where the patient is being discharged to.
Come again? He must be satisfied that the medication...
That the medication that the patient is on at Life Esidimeni will be available in the community where the patient is being discharged to.
Okay, just hold it there. Continue.
Why the daughter must be familiar with, must make sure of this? It's because there could be a mismatch between the medication available in a tertiary hospital versus the medication that the patient is going to get at the NGO, because the NGO is going to get the medication usually from the local clinic in the area where the patient is going to. If I were to take a step back, why would there be a mismatch? Remember, this patient could have come from Chris and Baragwanath or Stekfontein before they went to
Life
Esidimeni. And the doctors there, being psychiatrists, and assuming that patient is going to be Life Esidimeni, they may not have sorted out the mismatch between medications available at Stekfontein or Baragwanath versus the medication available at the clinic.
Yes.
So it is for Life Esidimeni doctor then to make sure that this match is corrected. If he or she realizes that there's a mismatch, then the whole plan is thrown in disarray, because then that would mean that the medication must be revised to be in line with what is available in the community. Alternatively, they must get in or Chris or Baragwanath pharmacy to say whether they'll be prepared to pay for that medication in the community. Because sometimes the medication at Chris and Baragwanath or Stekfontein, the pharmacy, it may not be on the essential medical list. But because the patient was so difficult to treat, Stekfontein may have, out of their own budget, decided to buy that special medication. And therefore, so it means that Esidimeni would have to then check with Stekfontein whether they'll be able to continue providing that medication. So I'm just giving that as an example, especially the medication, because she was not on medication. But there is a level of preparation that must be done by the Life Esidimeni as it is discharging the patient.
Continue, Ms. Sasop.
Thank you, Doctor. Do you have anything else to add in relation to Ms. Makpela before we move on?
My lady, what worries me about her, I don't know if I missed something on the docket, it's her death. That was part of the contributions. Part of what contributed to her death is the gangrene, which is the death of the tissues of a limb, which to prevent it, you must amputate to prevent the death, not it, to prevent the death, the usual process, the usual plan, if a patient of mine, I'll be shocked if that happened, but if it happened that a patient of mine in a psychiatric ward developed a gangrene, who didn't pick up the wrist for the gangrene, but that patient, I would have to send that patient urgently to the surgeons so that that patient can be amputated. It is only if the surgeon said she is too sick for an amputation will I then accept that she will die from the gangrene. I would not normally, it would be reckless of me or careless to have patient dying in the psychiatry ward from a gangrene without an opinion of a surgeon in South Africa.
And you regard this as?
I think it was negligent care, in my view. We should be having some information that she went to hospital, established what caused the gangrene, and they opted to operate. Most times surgeons would operate, or they said, the anesthetist said the patient is not fit for theatre, and therefore they will not operate. Then we live with that the person will die from the gangrene.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. So Dr. Talatala will move then to the next docket, and that's Terence Chava. And my lady, it's docket number 9. And he was transferred from Life Esidimeni to Precious Angel on 23 June 2016. And he died on 15 August 2016. The cause of death on the post-mortem, you've noted, was bronchopneumonia. And then you describe the diagnosis of Mr. Chava. Can you just explain this diagnosis with the court, what kind of patient he was?
Yes, my lady. The periodical report provides 3 diagnoses for the patient. I'll just read them and then I'll explain them. The first one is behavioral disorder, secondary to general medical condition, which is epilepsy. Then they've got moderate cognitive disability, intellectual disability. That's the problem that they couldn't make up their minds whether it's a cognitive disability or intellectual disability. The third one is...
Oh, yes.
They provided 2 moderate cognitive disability or intellectual disability.
Okay.
But I'll explain that overlap. It's probably the same thing. Then the third diagnosis they had is a cerebral palsy and epilepsy. So what probably happened to this person, if I were to just give the evolution of this diagnosis, why we've got 3 diagnoses. He probably was born, not probably, certainly, was born with cerebral palsy. Illness, sometimes children get born with it due to brain damage that occurs at delivery of the baby. So because of the cerebral palsy, the brain did not grow as it would have grown in a normal human being. Because the brain was not growing, the intellectual functioning did not grow. That is...
Just a second. Yes.
So that because of the cerebral palsy, intelligence doesn't grow and keep up with the age. And therefore, because of that, we end up with a diagnosis of intellectual disability. That's the second bullet point on my list.
Okay.
So start with cerebral palsy, and then because because of the damage, the intelligence doesn't grow, doesn't keep up with the growth with the chronological age. So we then end up with an intellectual disability. Leave the moderate cognitive disability aside. I think I would explain that's a technical error in terms of diagnosis. It doesn't help us far. But let's just live with the intellectual disability for now. In addition, because of the cerebral palsy and the damage to the brain, the person then develops epilepsy.
Okay.
So you've got underlying problem, brain damage at birth, cerebral palsy. Then the intelligence doesn't grow, end up with the diagnosis of intellectual disability. But because of the same damage, or even something else, and not just limited to that, maybe something else, but you also develop epilepsy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because you're having epilepsy itself has got its own complications. That is why they felt that he also has, it means he had behavioral problems. And these behavioral problems could not just be accounted for by his lack of intelligence. They felt that the epilepsy itself caused behavioral problems. How would they figure that out? For instance, if after each seizure, he starts breaking windows and behaving haphazardly, he's not having seizures every day, but if after each seizure every month, he starts behaving abnormally, breaking windows, doing whatever behavior he had. So they would then say, but these behavioral symptoms are not just accounted for by intellectual disability, because intellectual disability is there every day, but these ones come either after seizures or they come episodically. You know, because remember epilepsy, the seizures don't come every day. They can come every day. I'm saying something correct, but they don't come. They're not continuous. They are episodic. So if the behavior is episodic, or it's related to a seizure, then that's where they would then say, here we've got an additional diagnosis of behavioral disorder secondary to general medical condition, which is epilepsy.
Yes, continue, Ms.
If I clarify this relation between epilepsy and behavioral disorder, if you allow me. Remember, if you got epilepsy, even without cerebral palsy, even without intellectual disability, you can have a behavioral disorder. Like if I had injury now and I develop epilepsy, I could have behavioral disorder secondary to epilepsy. That is why they would have those three. They had clarity of thought in the way they put the diagnosis. They're quite clear crystal in the way they put them. So they wanted us to know exactly, the person who's reviewing the patient will know exactly what are the challenges of this patient. Because intellectual disability has its own problems, epilepsy has its own problems, so is cerebral palsy.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Doctor, you've noted the medication that he was on. There are 4 different types of medication. Can you just explain to us what that is and what it's prescribed for?
Yes. Let's start with clozapine. Clozapine is the first one.
Yes.
Clozapine is an antipsychotic.
Yes.
It is not a first-line antipsychotic. It is not a first-line antipsychotic. It is a last-line, third-line antipsychotic. So if someone is psychotic, you'll put them on a first line. If it fails, you'll go to a second line. If it fails, then you put them on a third line, which is clozapine. Why is it the third line? It's the most effective compared to the other first 2 lines, but it's also burdensome because
it's also what?
It carries a lot of burden. It's a what's the right word to use? It's a burdensome, brother. It's a burden it's a burden to prescribe clozapine. It's a burden to take clozapine. Why is it so good? I mean, it's better than any antipsychotic in terms of treating psychosis. You would assume that the doctors would prescribe it as the first line. Why not put everyone on clozapine? Because it's the most effective compared to anything else that we have, and it's been around since 1970s. You cannot prescribe it as the first line because of the burden of prescribing it. Mm-hmm. One, because you need to do blood tests at the beginning. You need to do weekly blood tests for 18 weeks because of its side effects. And it has several other, I don't think I necessarily take you to other side effects. It has got other side effects. We're doing weekly blood cells because it lowers the blood cells in a person in the first 18 weeks. It causes weight gain, which puts you at risk of diabetes. It lowers seizure threshold. So it has got a whole lot of other problems. So it's a specialist. It should be initiated, in my view, in a tertiary hospital, and then it can be continued in the community. But it needs that kind of supervision. So why was Terence on it? Probably because of those behavioral symptoms. Remember their first diagnosis. Probably because of those, it must have been psychotic because of epilepsy and behaving abnormally. So they used it to control his behavior. I'm going to take you to number 4 because it's linked to that.
Before you leave clozapine, doctor, who is the appropriate person to administer the medicine if it's that burdensome?
No, once it's prescribed, any healthcare worker can administer it. Once it's prescribed and it's established, I think any healthcare worker others will limit access to care. So once it's prescribed and it's safety, the patient has been prescribed nicely, treating doctors are satisfied, it can be administered by a nurse. In fact, one can take it at home. It's an oral medication, so you can take it at home, can have a prescription at home. But that person must be familiar with the requirements and its side effects. Because remember, if the patient is at home, they're going to be followed up at the clinic, and the clinic will be familiar with the requirements of clozapine. So if it is an NGO, the NGO will still take him to the clinic, and not I guess that's what the NGO will take him to the clinic, and the clinic will guide the NGO how to administer it.
They must be familiar with.
Sorry, I'm correcting myself. I'm saying that even if the person is at NGO, they can prescribe, they can dispense it at the NGO, because usually the NGO will be under the supervision of a clinic.
Okay.
So they'll be on a monthly basis. They'll probably be taking they would have been taking Terence to a clinic, and the clinic will supervise the prescription they need for tests and all of that. At Esidimeni, they'll do it in-house, but in an NGO, the clinic will do it.
So at home?
Even at home, the family members will be
supervision by the clinic. Okay.
Supervised by the clinic, yes.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, you were going to go to the, I think you were going to go to the last medicine.
Let's go to the last one so that I don't confuse you, because it's linked to the first one. That one is called Biperidine. It is used to control the side effects of antipsychotics and not clozapine. Remember, clozapine is superior to the others, doesn't have those side effects that are corrected by Biperidine. So it would mean that Terence was previously on an antipsychotic that gave us the side effects that needed Biperidine. Not necessarily clozapine. In fact, it could also be the reason why the person was put on clozapine anyway, because he was not tolerating those antipsychotics. Change it to clozapine, put or Biperidine to correct those side effects.
So it would be on a temporary basis, just to correct the side effects.
It's usually on a temporary basis. It's supposed to be on a temporary basis, but I'll also accept that in our healthcare system, we've got a lot of, especially from the patients who've been in the system for a long time, we've got a group of patients that are on these medications because they do have an addictive element in them. So there are patients who, especially if you're running an institution, you try to stop it, they fight with you. The patients now don't want to stop the Biperidine because he's no longer on the antipsychotics that cause side effects that caused by Biperidine, but they are still continuing with it because probably he fought everyone when you try to stop it. So, and because for a long time we used that was kind of treatment of psychotic disorder. If someone has been in the system for a long time, we didn't have this modern medication for a long time. They'll be on a traditional antipsychotic plus Biperidine or those kind of the antipsychotic plus tablet to correct the side effect. It's not the practice nowadays, but because someone has been ill for a long time, they were put on that long time ago. So we're just still continuing with it. It's very difficult to stop them on Biperidine. If I can move on to the Epilim, the number 3.
Yes.
Epilim is an anticonvulsant. That one is given for epilepsy. As you have seen earlier on, when I discussed the diagnosis, he actually did have epilepsy. And the dosage he's on is a good dosage to control.
And by that you mean to control seizures?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, my lady, to control seizures.
Okay, and then there's one last medication.
The clonazepam could be serving 2 purposes there. One, we do, especially with this patient, do put them on clonazepam to augment or to help epilepsy control the seizures. The benzodiazepine it can help to control seizures. But it also helps the clozapine to control the behavioral symptoms.
Right. Right, thanks. So
continue.
Are there, so how important is it when you are on these medications that there's monitoring and adherence in the treatment, in treatment?
Let's just talk about him directly. Basically, he's got a complicated diagnosis. You can see how long I took to unpack the diagnosis. Secondly, he's on a complicated treatment regime. As I mean, you see the steps I took to explain that. I mean, they must have been quite anxious at Life Esidimeni or Stekford and wherever he came from when they put him on clozapine, because remember he's got epilepsy, but they are putting him on a medication that causes that can put you at risk of having seizures. And then they calculated that they would put in epilim and there's also rivotril. Hopefully that balance would work and control the behavior and control control the behavior as well as control the seizures. So this is someone with a diagnosis that would be made by specialists. The treatment regime would have been initiated by specialists. But I must accept that in terms of supervising it, once it's established, it can be done at private healthcare. But the person looking after, if it's a family member, will have to be educated about these challenges and the need to go regularly to the clinic and not to miss the medications. Remember, the person has got epilepsy. Epilim does not. It controls the seizures because it's there in your blood. It doesn't control seizures because you took it last year and still controlling today. It doesn't cure the epilepsy. It helps you because it's there in your blood. So you need epilim levels. When we take bloods maybe once or twice a year to check if the levels are good at a normal level to control epilepsy. So epilim works if it's there. So if you miss it and the levels of epilim start going down, then you can have a seizure. The second one is that clonazepam. The clonazepam may have been helping with the behavior, but clonazepam has got a second risk. If you suddenly stop it, you could precipitate a seizure by itself. So if you started clonazepam, not clonazepam, the number 2 one, if you suddenly stop it, you could precipitate a seizure. If I were to explain it, it's the same phenomenon that you may get if you are drinking alcohol every day, regularly, for months, and you suddenly stop drinking. That day you stop drinking, you can actually have seizures and die, not from the alcohol, but because you stopped alcohol. Because the brain had done certain things because you're taking alcohol every day. So clonazepam, if you suddenly stop it, there is a risk that you can precipitate a seizure. So this person must be adherent to treatment and take treatment as prescribed regularly all the time to avoid certain risks, especially the risk of seizures.
So is that why in your report, because of the diagnosis and the medications he's on, that you say Terence was a complicated patient that needed specialized psychiatric care? That's absolutely the reason, what you've explained.
Yes, absolutely, Malady. That's, I've unpacked it in more detail as I'm talking, but that's what I meant. I'm not implying that it's impossible to discharge him to a suitable place in a community, but that place would have been prepared for these complications that I'm talking about. And it must be a team that is prepared to have that. And I think it had already been concluded that with the services that we have at Gauteng, Terence, there's no service that would meet the challenge. That is why then an option was made to keep him at a life estimate.
Thank you. You note also in your report, and that's at page 5 on your report, that his weight on 18 May 2016 is recorded as 63.1 kg. And then you go on to say Terence had lost a significant amount of weight in the 3 months up to his death. So, and just preceding that, you said his weight on the post-mortem findings was 46 kgs. So basically, he would have lost about 23 kgs between 18 May 2016 and the date of death. Is that right?
Yes, my lady. I noted that it felt to me it's quite a huge loss of weight from 18th of May to the death of his death. Because, which is, just get it, which is 15th of August, so it's June, July, August, which is 3 months. The person had lost a third of his weight. Remember that even a loss of 10% of one's weight is not a healthy thing to do. It could give some risk. Whilst it may be desirable to lose weight, but to lose that amount is a lot. But also, if I just go up, what his height?
1.65.
1.65. Yeah. So he's not a short person. So this the normal adult South African. So it's a huge, to me, it's a huge weight to lose.
And then, so Doctor, you conclude in relation to Terence Chava as follows. You say, it is my conclusion that the inappropriate discharge at LE against the recommendations of the periodical report and inadequate care at the NGO contributed to Terence's poor nutritional status he sustained at the NGO, his susceptibility to bronchopneumonia, and ultimately his death. It should have been anticipated, as the periodical report did, that Terence's psychiatric condition made him unsuitable for NGO placement. Is there anything that you wish to add to that?
Yes, my lady. Just to emphasize, to me, or to explain, to me, it looks like this is a person who was poorly. Firstly, it was an inappropriate discharge. It was anticipated upfront by life estimate that.
Come again. First, he was
inappropriately discharged from life estimate because it was anticipated by life estimate that he's not suitable for NGO. And I'm going to emphasize this. With life estimate, in the mind of Life Esidimeni, they were thinking about a well-established NGO. So they felt that this person is not suitable because probably of the needs that he had. So he was then discharged to the NGO. He lost a lot of weight. To me, because of the poor nutrition, he was likely to get infections. I mean, if your nutritional status is not good, your immune system becomes less good, and then you cannot defend your body well. So he was at risk of getting any infection, including bronchopneumonia. He then got bronchopneumonia. I'm not sure if it was picked up on time that he's got an infection. They would have struggled with that as well, to pick that up, that he's got an infection. And at the NGO. And it is that bronchopneumonia then that we are told that by the postmortem that he died from. So in my view, if he had been at Life Esidimeni, he would not have declined nutritionally. His immune system would not have declined. And the risk of getting bronchopneumonia would have been less. And in my view, that is that if he did get bronchopneumonia at Life Esidimeni, the way Life Esidimeni is organized, any of these hospitals with nurses and doctors and the regular monitoring, including temperature, they would have picked it up that the temperature is going up, and they would have acted on the pneumonia much earlier than in the case of Terence, and they could have prevented the death from the at least they would have mitigated the risk of dying from the bronchopneumonia by picking it up early. They would have been familiar, I must also just add, they would have been familiar with Terence because people with this kind of severity of mental illness, as I said, even with Virginia, they may not be able to communicate in the way we would understand, in the way we all communicate. I'm coughing, I feel I'm sick, I've got a temperature. They won't be able to communicate that way. But the nurses familiar with him, they would have noted that he's withdrawn. He's not eating. The temperature is up. So there's almost like a baby. You know, the baby does not report to the mom that I've got a pneumonia, I'm sick. The mother gets familiar with their own baby, and they can notice if there's a change in behavior, and then they suspect an illness, and then they act upon it.
Continue.
So, Doctor, this user had been admitted to Pretoria West Hospital and on the 8th of August, 2016. If I can just assist by taking you to the admission form, which is on page 2856 of Caseline.
2856.
2856, my lady. Do you see it, Doctor?
2856, I'm on that page, yes.
So you'll see that it's admission form, Gauteng Pretoria West Hospital. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, there's the admission officer who signed and dated it 8 August 2016. And it also says, it has Ethel Mube's name as a manager of, it says manager of old age, but she's actually the manager of Precious Angel. So she would have admitted this patient. Now, just in light of what you've just testified about the importance of knowing the patient's history and knowing and having a familiarity, my lady, there's a question.
Scott, please, my lady. I just wanted clarity on, pardon, my lady, can my ladyship hear me? Apologies for interrupting my learned senior counsel during her cross-examination, the evidence in chief. The clarity that I needed was with reference to Ethel Ngube. I hear, because Ethel Ngube is one of the people that I represent, and I hear, I'm getting the impression that the learned senior counsel indicates.
Do you have instructions now before we proceed? Because the last time there was a withdrawal. We don't know what is happening now. You haven't updated us.
Apologies for that, my lady. I have been able to meet with Ms. Ngube and we are able to clarify her absence. She continues to receive medical treatment, but has managed to make herself available for me on the occasion that I requested. I think the issue arose as a result of the fact that I could not be able to reach her. An explanation was that she was in hospital and she still continues.
Yes, we got that explanation, but the problem was you didn't come back to the court to say, now you are back on record. So far we don't know that you are now representing her. Okay, when did you come back on record?
I think from when we resumed, because from when we resumed on Monday, because I had been confirming.
Yes, you should have alerted us, because remember that evidence, you were supposed to cross-examine that witness. So we don't know whether you still have instructions to do that. That was when you informed the court that you had problems and you were withdrawing.
Yes, I was waiting for those.
I'm just going to make a note. Monday was the 14th.
Indeed so, my lady.
Continue.
Yes, I just wanted clarity with regard to the question that was being posed to the witness. Not so much an objection, my lady, but I had reference of Ethel Ngube as being the person who admitted the patient at Pretoria West Hospital. No, Pretoria West.
Okay. She can clarify that, but she mentioned there was something about old age. Then she said precious angels. Okay. You can clarify that, Miss Ngube? I think, let me leave it for you to do that.
Thank you, my lady. It's at page 2856. There are details about the next of kin, for example.
Yes,
it says Ethel Ngube, and it gives the address, which is the same address of Precious Angels. And it's
in other words, if I understood you, in other words, the particulars of Ms. Ngube were entered as the particulars here on the form when the patient Terence was admitted at Pretoria West Hospital.
That is correct, my lady.
Yes.
I don't know whether that clarifies it for.
I think maybe the confusion was the issue of the admission. What I from this form, Mr. Pihlela, it is clear to say where the name of Ethel Ngube appears. There is an address here. She appears as the next of kin. So in other words, these particulars of her were given to the hospital staff, to the hospital when the patient was admitted. That's how I understand it here.
As the court pleases, my lady.
I hope that is how we should interpret it. All right, continue. And I think she was trying to relate this to the NGO so that the witness can understand. Okay, continue.
May it please the court. My lady, there are, if one were to scroll down, for example, at page 2858, there is a consent form of the casualty department at Pretoria West, also completed by Ethel Ngube. So I think it's quite evident from these forms that it was Ms. Ethel Ngube that admitted Terence Chava to Pretoria West.
Yes, because if you look at the bottom part, as you read it, I mean, it says here, the bottom part of page 2856, right? She's the one who's signing here to say she certifies that the above mentioned, that is the bottom part of page 256, that the above mentioned particulars furnished by her are to the best of her knowledge correct. And then now the particulars, as you highlighted them previously, there they are. Then she says relationship manager of old age.
Yes. But we know, my lady, and you'll see on the same page where it says particulars of account holder, it gives the address and it says Precious Angel.
Yes, correct. So, and then, all right, and then you were talking about the consent.
Just further evidence that it's Ms. Ethel Mube that...
Yes, in any event, the evidence on record in respect of this other patients is that they had to be, those who were at this NGO, they made arrangements for them to go to the hospital, isn't it? The NGO.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. So maybe that is the reason. That is the reason why her name is appearing here.
Yes. So, my lady, there's a statement in which she explains that he was ill, and then she took him to the to the hospital.
I hope it's clearly explained, Miss. It is clear now. It has been clarified, Mr. Pitlele.
Letter to your ladyship.
Thank you. Continue, Miss Asim.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Talatala, if you scroll down a little further, 2859. There's an entry where it says chronic or home treatment. It says epilepsy on Epilim. So that would have been the information that was provided to the hospital, I imagine.
Yes.
And just to remind you, I'm asking you this, and I'm putting these documents to you. Did you see these documents when you were preparing your report?
Yes, I did see them, Council, but I may not remember all the details of my head.
Fair enough. I just wanted to be sure that this is not a document that's unfamiliar to you. And I was asking you the question in the context of your comment about the importance of knowing the background and the history of a patient when you're treating them. So here's a patient is admitted to Pretoria West Hospital. The only treatment that they appear to have been informed about is the Epilim. And if you go to page 2868, you can take your time and, sorry, not 2868, 2862.
Page?
2862. There are notes that have been handwritten by the healthcare provider on 9 August, including, I'm not sure what the first, it says 28-year-old male patient, and then no collateral. I don't know.
I can read for you, Council.
Collateral. Okay, you can read for us, please.
Yeah. Firstly, it looks like a doctor's, the style of writing. It looks like a doctor's, not the handwriting itself, but the way it's organized in the page. It's more likely a doctor assessing the patient, not the nurse. They seen the patient on the 9th of August, 2016, at 12 o'clock. He or she starts by saying it's a 28-year-old male patient. No collateral history. That means the hospital doesn't have much information. The doctor, like the peruse, there's no...
Just go slow, please.
Also, apologies. So, by saying no collateral...
Because doctors, you write abbreviations here, some of us. So, no collateral history.
Yes, the HX is history.
Yes, I'm done with that. And then patient looks chronically ill.
Yes. In nappies.
Yes.
Looks like he's been bedridden. Threatening bed sores, right hip.
Yes.
Apparently brought from Query Hospital, Query Home by a nurse or caregiver. So the doctor is not sure whether the person came from a hospital or from a home, but brought in by a nurse or caregiver. Then,
just a second. Yes.
Then the doctor did document the OE's own examination. OE, meaning the
what
findings.
What is this now? Okay.
OE, there's O/E that he put there, he or she put there, which means own examination.
Oh.
So those are the findings he or she made own examination of the patient. Patient was chronically ill.
Yes.
Non-responsive, but awake.
Yes.
Then the BP is blood pressure, which is 130/89.
Yes.
The pulse rate of 137. The SATS is oxygen saturation, which is 97%. The T is temperature of 38.5 degrees Celsius. The doctor found the chest clear. The first one said chest clear.
Yes.
The second one is that is CVS, which is cardiovascular system, is normal.
This is CVS.
CVS, yes.
What is this?
Cardiovascular system, that the heart and the blood vessels. And the N in a circle means normal.
Yes.
The APD is abdomen. And then it's soft, non-distended. So the abdomen was soft and not distended. Non-distended, it was not distended.
Yes.
Then the doctor put a plus in a circle, plus abdominal mass palpable.
Abdominal?
Mass, M-A-S-S. Palpable. So by putting a plus, it means he or she felt some mass in the abdomen. Otherwise, if there was no mass, she would have put a negative, a minus. Then the doctor's plan was to continue treatment and to obtain collateral history. He or she could obtain the collateral history, or the nurses would, or the social worker would, but that was the plan, that they must get more information.
Okay.
I just wonder, for completeness, Doctor, if you're able to decipher the remaining notes on that page.
Yes, there's still some notes as you continue.
Admitted on the 8th, I think that's the 8th of August 2016.
Just the second. Yes.
This handwriting looks different from the
Previous one.
It's just Dr. Pitwane who signed the one above. This must be a different doctor, but it's a big hospital. Different doctors can do on the same patient, do ward rounds on different days. So admitted 8th of
And
August.
just before you proceed, the time, I don't know what, is there any time noted here? I don't see that because the previous one, there was a time that has been noted.
I think the photocopying, my lady, will cut things because even the date.
Oh, yes, okay.
18 looks like the date has been omitted. It looks like August 26. So it could have been something that was cut there.
Okay. So it's an admission on the 8th of August.
Yes. That hashtag, I think, it's just noting the point. It's lower LRTI, lower respiratory tract infection. LRTI.
Yes.
I cannot see what ended up with there's a stamp, the person has stamp on that. I cannot see that ends up with day. We can assume that was day 3 of admission, but that's assumptions. History unknown.
History unknown, yes.
Query epilepsy. So they suspect epilepsy.
And then query and epilepsy, something like that?
Yeah, it's query epilepsy. So the doctor is not sure of this history of epilepsy. Remember, even the previous one, they said they needed more information. So they suspect the patient has epilepsy, but they're not certain of the diagnosis. So they didn't have a document confirming that it's a known epileptic. So it's saying query epilepsy. So they're keeping it in their suspicion.
Yes.
No fits in the ward. That looks like no fits in the ward.
No fit.
No fits in ward. Let me just
explain it. I'm not sure.
It's NO. Or you can say no files, but less likely to for them to say that. It's either files or fits, but what would make sense is no fits in the ward, because doctors have to comment whether the patient has had fits in the ward, especially because they're already suspecting epilepsy.
Fits?
Fits, yeah, seizures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no fits in the ward. It makes that conclusion. I know the handwriting is bad, but it will make sense for the doctor to comment on fits in a patient in the ward. Already he's writing on the file. Patient not verbalizing anything.
Yes.
To me, that looks like temperature 37.
37?
Yeah, it looks like.
Yes.
And the heart rate is 120 or 126.
Continue.
Then on examination, that's OE again. It's a usual, when you are assessing a patient, usually after you
there
put
is something before you go. There is a signature after heart rate, just under heart rate.
No, I think under heart rate, it's going to refer to the next line. The doctor put something above. Can I just read it, my lady? OE is on examination, patient just staring. I cannot see what is, but then above it, she put plus minus neck stiffness.
Neck
stiffness.
Okay, yes, that's what I wanted.
Yes, because there would have been, especially because the patient is not verbalizing this history of seizures, they could be worried about meningitis. So the doctor had to document whether they found neck stiffness, which is a sign of meningitis or not. So it says plus minus, the doctor isn't sure whether there's neck stiffness or not, plus minus neck stiffness.
Yes, but before, okay, you said this one, own observation, patient just
staring, but
staring in the.
I cannot see what that is.
The ceiling.
Maybe in the ceiling, but I cannot make out that one.
Okay, continue.
After patient just staring, and then neck stiffness. I can't see the next line, but the line afterwards is chest. And then they say room effort.
Come again?
They say chest, I think they say room effort. So it probably was not in distress.
So he was not.
My lady, if I may assist, I wonder if that is not poor effort
Yeah, it is.
instead of room effort. It looks
Come
like
again?
poor effort. It looks like poor effort to me, my lady.
Yeah, it could be.
Poor. This looks like, I don't know, but one could go with, does it look like a P? Because if, yeah, I don't know. I'll just make, but it's more like a room. I don't know.
Yes, my lady, I'm guessing, I suppose, just like all of us, but to me it looks like poor effort, and to me it makes sense in the context of looking at the chest, that there is poor breathing effort.
Oh, yes, then room won't make any. Yeah, doctors, I'm telling you, your handwritings. And then now continue.
On the abdomen, I can't see what
Is this the abdomen now?
The ABD is abdomen.
Okay. And then what?
And then there's A for assessment.
Oh, you couldn't read those ones there?
For
the abdomen.
The abdomen I can't read.
Yeah. And then assessment?
Assessment, something injury.
I think it's a query.
Yeah, query.
There is a query before, then there is something. Is it brain or what?
Yeah, I think query brain injury.
Oh, yeah, no. Yes, continue.
Query RVD, which is HIV. Query RVD.
Which is
HIV, that RVD.
Oh, is this HIV?
It's a code we use in hospital to refer to HIV.
Yeah, now I don't understand. I'm just underneath. Okay.
And a brain injury, my lady, it's RVD, which is the retroviral disease, which we use to refer to HIV in the north.
Oh, okay.
And then below RVD is LRTI, which that diagnosis they are not querying it. I think they're confirming it, which is lower respiratory tract infection.
Yes.
I don't know by ONDM3 what they mean.
All right, you try it. And then this side, I see this plan. What is it on the side?
The plan. The first one is blood test.
I apologize. But if I may try to assist, next to LRTI, it looks to me like on day 3 and then ABX, antibiotics, on day 3 antibiotics.
On day 3, yeah.
No, I agree.
This is on day 3, ABT. Yes, and then now we're at the plan.
Their plan was to do blood tests that were just bloods that scribbled next to P. Then there's FBC.
Before we go there, what is this? Oh, what is this plan then?
It's bloods.
Come again?
It's bloods. Bloods, my
blood, name. Okay.
The first one is FBC.
I can't see that as blood, but you would know better. And then?
The first one is FBC. The second one is U and E.
Yes.
The third one is LFTs. The fourth one is LMP.
Yes.
Fifth is CRP. The next one is CD4. And the last one is ELISA, which is HIV test. And they've ticked, which means they actually did the test.
Okay.
The doctor actually took the blood. They actually took the blood test.
Okay.
Then the next one is LP. Below that is LP, lumbar puncture.
Yes. LP is
lumbar puncture.
Okay.
Which they also ticked that they, at the time they also were being returned. They actually immediately did it, or they just done it.
Okay. Oh, thank you. But now these other ones you can't even see. All right. Continue, Miss. I see you've got 3 minutes now to 1 o'clock.
My lady, may I try to just finish in relation to this docket, and then we can take a lunch break, and I'll try to do that. This took longer than I expected. So, Doctor, again, so we scroll down, there are other forms, radiology, invoices, and so on, and then you come to page 2868, and if you can just go there, please.
Yes, we are there.
2868.
2868. And again, we have entries by a healthcare provider. It's on 14 August 2016. And at 8:30 in the morning, as I read it, it says, called caregiver of Precious Angels.
Just leave it to him to read. It will save more time.
My lady, I struggled with this one. I think counsel will be better.
I think Mr. Van Bergen, I don't know. Maybe he has got, I don't know how many degrees. He's the one who's assisting you. Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, I'll try and see.
The doctor will assist when necessary.
Yeah, well, the date clearly 14 May 2016, 08:30.
Is it May? This looks like 8. I'm not sure.
It's 14 August 2016.
It looks like an 8, not a 5.
It's an 8. My apologies. Then at the top, it looks like an H and then convulsion. And then below that, I'm not sure what's in the circle, but it looks like pneumonia next to it. And then in brackets, called caregiver of Precious Angels. I can't make out. Precious Angels house or home.
I'll assist here. Called caregiver of Precious Angels home. And then Nompumelelo. Requesting. I can't see now.
I think baseline
history.
Background history.
Yes, I think that is. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's background.
Requesting something basic, what history?
History. And previous notes of patient promised to contact me in 45 minutes' time.
Yes.
Then nursing report. It looks like fresh PR bleeding since midnight. So fresh rectal bleeding since midnight. Given 1 gram IVI, it looks like cyclocapron, if Dr. Tola can perhaps confirm if that would be correct. Cyclocapron stat, so it was given immediately at, looks like 0600.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what that next word is, my lady.
Doctor, can you assist here?
No, it must be some medication, but I can't figure out what it is.
Okay.
Could it be Linctifed or something? No.
One of those ones, yes. I don't
know. It looks, yeah.
Okay, continue.
And no convulsions since admission.
Yes.
Next one, patient not communicating, just staring and not moving his body. Then O/E on examination. Eye opening spontaneously. The next one is something to pain.
Then that's withdrawal to pain.
Thank you, doctor. Then no
Where is that?
The second bullet, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Withdrawal to pain.
No verbal response.
No verbal response. Then temperature 36.7 degrees, saturation 90%, blood pressure 120/89, pulse 118 per minute, respiration rate RR 18 per minute, hydration status, I'm not sure what that is. Oh, I think it's fair. Hydration status fair.
Fair.
Then chest crackles on the right. CVS, cardiovascular, S1, S2, normal. Those are the heart sounds. Abdomen, soft, no visceromegaly. Bowel sounds present. Then CNS, no signs of meningeal
intake.
That'll be irritation.
Is that intake?
Irritation.
Irritation, okay.
And then hypotonic, generalized, it would seem. I'm not sure of that second word.
I think it is hypotonic generalized.
Yeah. And then PR, frank bleed, looks like frank bleeding. And plan, review, that's RX treatment as soon as previous notes are brought from home as promised. Secondly, 5% dextrose water at 45 milliliters per hour. On response to, it looks like hypernatremia? Hypernatremia of 161 mmol per liter. Blood taken, question mark, looks like 10/8/16. And the remainder was cut off, my lady.
Yes. Are we still continuing? Oh, now you go to the next page.
My lady, we can pause there.
Hey.
The point, if I can just get back to my questions. Doctor, you've reviewed these files already, so it's not the first time you're looking at it. I'm drawing your attention, however, to certain parts of it. And I was asking a question in the context of what you previously testified about the importance of understanding the patient and having a background history and knowing what treatment they're on and what conditions they suffer on and so on. And here what we are seeing is that there was no background history that was available to the hospital. So it hadn't been provided to the hospital when the patient was admitted by the NGO to the hospital. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, my lady. When we were sitting here, because there was such a clear information from Life Esidimeni, it would appear to us automatically that the NGO should have had this information. So is the hospital. But the documentation from the hospital clearly shows that they did not have this information that I've explained that was so crystal clear earlier on. So they were...
Yes. Yes.
So it looks like once Life Esidimeni had this complicated diagnosis, complicated treatment that they documented, that I found in the docket, this information was not available for the hospital. It was not provided by the NGO to the hospital. It will then lead to the hospital not managing the patient adequately, not even putting the patient back on their usual medications that we described above. Because once the patient is at the hospital, they should put all those medications back that I discussed earlier. And the risks, remember I said that if we suddenly stop it, then there could be more complications. The patient can go to seizures, being the immediate complication that we would have. So they didn't have the diagnosis, the psychiatric diagnosis, and the medication. So they were searching they were in the dark, actually. And it shows because they themselves were desperate to get collateral information from the hospital. I mean, from the NGOs. They are running a busy healthcare system. They would not go and search for information just for fun. They would search for information because it's absolutely necessary that they must have it. So they were desperate to get that information.
The hospital.
The hospital, my lady. They would not. It's unusual because of the system so overwhelmed. They would not. They were not looking for this information for completeness, for academic reasons. They were desperate for. If you look at how they've documented it, the doctors were actually they needed the information.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Doctor. My lady, this is an opportune time to take the lunch adjournment.
It's now 7 minutes past. I think we can resume at 2:05. The witness is warned. The court will take a lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2:05. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, lady.
just before we proceed, I see there are complaints regarding I don't know whether the doctor should be next to his mic so that he can be audible enough. I don't know who can check for us on YouTube if he is audible enough, because I think the complaints come from there. I just hope it's not going to affect our record. Yeah, I think now the poster, it looks fine, but we have been hearing the doctor. I don't know. Yeah, you may proceed. The doctor is reminded that he's still under oath.
Thank you, my lady. As I have been able to hear the witness quite clearly throughout.
Even myself, otherwise I would have, as I did with the others. But we don't know. But I just see a message here. I think it was sent to Nelly Siwe, I don't know by who, to say people are complaining on YouTube. But I don't know. What I picked up was the question of slowing down, but I think after that it is well managed. We can proceed. I just hope the record will be clear.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Dr. Talatala, can we continue? So we had left off, we had dealt with Terence Chava. And then if we can go to the next deceased, docket 71, Rio Aaron Kondwana. And according to your...
Should we go back to the previous page now, which was...
So we now 37473.
374?
473.
37473. Yes, we are now on Mr. Kondwana.
So, Doctor, this user had been transferred from Life Esidimeni to Anchor on 29 June 2016, as you've noted in your report. And you say that he was a 31-year-old mental health care user with severe or profound IE. I take it that means intellectual disability, associated cerebral palsy. And he had been institutionalized since the age of 6 years until his death. Can you just elaborate for us on what kind of patient we are dealing with here? Why would he be institutionalized for this length of time, from the age of 6?
Just a second, doctor. Yes. You may proceed, doctor.
Yes, my lady. Thank you. Aaron as well, it looks like he was born with cerebral palsy, which would have occurred around the time of birth with complications of birth. And associated with that was the fact that he then had what is called, what they diagnosed as severe or profound intellectual disability. The old term would have been severe or profound mental retardation, which is associated with the delay in intellectual development due to the delay or no growth of the brain in keeping with the age.
Just go slow, please. Don't be fast as we indicated. Okay, you may proceed. Just go slow, please.
Yes. So
You say he's diagnosed with
cerebral palsy.
Yes.
Associated with, which is a complication associated with cerebral palsy, is the severe or profound intellectual disability. That ID stands for intellectual disability. The term, the alternative term, which is an old terminology, would have been mental retardation.
Oh, okay. I wanted to know that one. Just a second. So you call it mental retardation?
Yes, my lady, that's the old term.
Okay.
A more modern term is intellectual disability.
Okay.
The intellectual disability has got levels of severity from mild, moderate, severe to profound. So probably the doctors thought this one, Aaron, was in the range between severe intellectual disability and profound intellectual disability.
Yes.
He was then placed in institutions from the age of 6 years. This placement could have been, there could be many reasons, but the most likely one is that it could have been due to the severity of his intellectual dysfunction. And the families may have required to look after him even from the age of 6 years. Because he stayed in an institution until the age of 31, to me, it doesn't look like this is someone who at some stage was able to be discharged. Because remember, you could be placed in an institution, but as you grow up, maybe there was a family psychosocial problem, not the illness itself. Maybe the family was just not coping, maybe the mother had passed away. But when you turn 8, you could then be discharged and find your own way in life. But because he was still at an institution, even at the age of 31, it doesn't look like to me this is a person who could, even at the age of 18, go out and look after himself. He remained institutionalized. And that he remained institutionalized is in keeping with the diagnosis that is provided of severe to profound intellectual disability. So my conclusion, just on that paragraph, earlier paragraph, is that it is unlikely that he was institutionalized at the age of 6, merely because the parents had died or there was some psychosocial reason. I think the biggest contributing factor was his severity of the illness. Because if it was just merely because of the poor family environment, at the age of 18, he should have been able to find his way out of this. He should have been discharged at the institutions, earned a disability grant, found his own way, got an RTP house. So he should have been able to be able to have some kind of living by himself. So he was dependent on the institution. And the reason he was there, in my view, is because of the severity of the intellectual disability.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. You also note that he was on sodium valproate and lamotrigine. What are these medications used for?
Just a second. Yes.
Just to orientate the court, my lady, sodium valproate is the same drug as the drug we talked about in the other case, which is called epilim. I think the case before this one, we're talking about epilim.
Or is the same drug as epilim?
Yes, same drug as epilim. Epilim is the trade name they use to sell the drug. The sodium valproate is the chemical name. It's the actual chemical.
Okay.
So sodium valproate is for treatment of epilepsy. It has many other indications, but one of the indications is treatment of epilepsy. So is lamotrigine. Lamotrigine is also an anticonvulsant used for treatment of epilepsy. They do have other indications, but I think I'll just complicate my explanation.
So you note that there were two. So the two anticonvulsants you say being used in one patient is indicative of difficult to control epilepsy or abnormal behavior. Can you comment on that? And is that why he was institutionalized for this long?
Yes, my lady. Used for epilepsy, but in children with intellectual disability, they could also be used to control mood or behavior. But for epilepsy, it should be adequate for an average.
Just a second.
For an average patient with epilepsy, it should be adequate to treat them with epilim, sodium valproate, as a single drug. It's even easier and safer to do that.
So why was it necessary, according to you, for these two to be used in one patient?
It most likelihood is that they had difficulty to control either the epilepsy or his behavior. So they needed a second line agent to top up. They would have probably started with sodium valproate, and it would not have done a good job. And then they would have then added lamotrigine to it, to the sodium valproate.
Thank you. Doctor, at the bottom of page 6 of your report, you say the following: the diagnosis of intellectual disability, the combination of anticonvulsants, and the chronic institutionalization are indicative of the severity of the impairment that Aaron had and the difficulty one would have to discharge him home. Even transferring Aaron out of LE Randfontein to another institution of equal competence would be risky and would need to be done with extreme caution. This is because Aaron would be familiar with his surroundings and the personnel in Randfontein. the nursing personnel in Randfontein would have learned how to communicate with him beyond the normal communication one has with a person of normal intelligence. His familiar nurses would be familiar with his feeding needs. Now, in the light of that, what would the impact of a transfer, as happened in this case, to an NGO without adequate staff and training be on Aaron?
Aaron would have been, he's got severe or profound intellectual disability, which means that his level of intelligence is a childlike. I am tempted to think that it's probably at the age of 6 or younger, but we don't have enough to conclude of that if you look at the fact that he was in place at the age of 6 years. So that would mean we've got a big body, a human being that is big, that is 31 years old, with a brain of a child. If you are not trained, you may assume that they'll be able to ask, to look after themselves, or to know when to get food, water, to be able to report when they are sick.
In this case, as you noticed, there was plastic found in Aaron's stomach. And we know that he died of aspiration pneumonia. You say in your report, if I can just read it, you say the finding of plastic in Aaron's stomach and the confirmation of his death as being due to aspiration pneumonia is indicative of Aaron having swallowed the plastic, and the plastic irritated his stomach, resulting in him vomiting and aspirating on the vomitus. A second scenario would be that he swallowed and also has an epileptic. With the seizure, he lost consciousness and aspirated on his stomach contents. Both scenarios, or even their combination, are indicative of Aaron's inability to look after himself. We've heard already evidence in the inquest that some mental health care users are prone to eating foreign objects or to trying to consume things that they shouldn't. So in this case, we don't know why Aaron swallowed the plastic. But are you saying that that would have had a role to play in the cause of death?
Yes, my lady, especially with intellectual disability, the patients are likely to, not unlikely, some patients, they just take anything they find and put it in the mouth. Remember, because the brain is not developed, just like the babies, they mouth everything. But even 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds, you have to scold them, maybe use a better word, discipline them as a parent, that they mustn't keep putting toys in their mouth, swallowing it. So children are at the risk of swallowing things if they are not supervised by their caregivers or their parents. The patients with intellectual disability, especially the one that is severe or profound, they may mouth, they may take some things to the mouth or even swallow them unless they are supervised. So, because I actually do have an experience of this, having looked after some of these patients. So you need to have an environment that does not have loose things lying around, but two, there must be the supervision of the people with intellectual disability, monitoring all the time, so that you reduce the likelihood of them taking something and putting it in their mouth. They could put it because the brains are still not developed. They are like a child. But they could also eat anything if they are hungry out of starvation.
So they would need close monitoring.
Yes, my lady. They would need. They do need some care worker, some kind of close monitoring if you're going to look after them, especially with severe or profound intellectual disability.
Continue.
Thank you, Doctor. So you go on to say in the next paragraph that in addition to valproic acid and lamotrigine, which is the anticonvulsants that you mentioned, that there was clozapine found in the blood. And then you say that there was no record of him being on clozapine. And so it doesn't appear that it was prescribed for him. Am I right? And if I am, can you tell me what the risk would be then of taking an unprescribed medication in his case?
Yes, I refer the court to to whether it's prescription. If my memory serves me well, that is most likely the life Esidimeni prescription.
Mm-hmm.
So that prescription did not have clozapine. It had other medications. So the likelihood is that either he was given wrong medication, clozapine, or he took it, he found clozapine somewhere and took it by himself. So he could have been given by a healthcare worker as a wrong medication, or he took it by himself from somewhere. So that's what it would mean to me, unless there's a prescription that is not on in the docket. So the prescription of wrong medication, especially clozapine, as I said earlier on in the other cases, clozapine needs careful prescription because it lowers seizure threshold. And if you are using it for the first time, your risk of side effects is even higher. That's why the clozapine usually it works in dosages that is in the hundreds. But the package insert, which is the manual that it comes with from the manufacturer, says start at 12.5 milligrams and then increase by about 25 milligrams every week before you reach your desired dosage. So if you just suddenly take it at a higher dose, you are even more likely to get side effects from it.
What side effects are you referring to?
What would be suspicious in this case is the fact that the person is already epileptic. It could lower seizure threshold and result in a seizure. But there could be other side effects that we won't be able to find in the docket. Like, for instance, it affects the blood cells. It lowers the white cell count. It causes drowsiness. It is a whole range of other side effects. But the one that I'd worry about in this patient is the lowering of the seizure threshold, which is increased risk. It makes your brain susceptible to seizures. And the second one that I'd worry about if you're using for the first time is it lowers the white cell count. And you need the white cells to fight disease.
My lady, I think that there's a question from Mr. Pihlela.
Thank you. Mr. Pihlela? Mr. Pihlela? I see there is a hand, but I can't see the person.
My lady, yes, I'm struggling to hear what the witness is saying. It's been happening since we returned from the lunch break, and I've been in the same position that I've been sitting since morning, and morning it was fine. So I don't know whether it's my connection, but it doesn't give me any warnings for bad connection or anything from my side. So I don't know.
But today, we can hear you clearly. Did you try Did you try to exit and rejoin the meeting?
Because my surprises have been, from the morning I've been following, there was no problems.
Did you get, I'm asking you, immediately you encountered the problem. Did you try to exit and rejoin the meeting?
No, the thing almost kicked me out of the meeting, so I don't know. I'll try it now, my lady. Let me try it now, my lady. Yes, God pleases.
I believe Mr. Late has a question.
Yes, I'll go to him. I just want to, Mr. Pihlela, just a second, Mr. Late. I don't know whether this is going to be in relation to Mr. Pihlela. Let's just wait and see what is happening.
It is, my lady. I couldn't see Mr.
I'm back.
Yes, just a second. Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, my lady, I can hear. I'm just waiting for the video to come back. Yeah, now I can see your ladyship.
Can you hear us properly now? Because your concern was here.
Yeah, yes, with a little bit of break in transmission, but I can hear now. I can also see the professor and Ms. Hassim, so everything is fine.
But please stop us in case you can't hear the witness, please.
Thank you, my lady. Apologies for that.
Okay. Can we proceed? Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, my lady. So, Doctor, in relation to this mental health care user,
if we can just repeat this issues relating to taking the dosage, the high dosage for the first time. I think that's what he was explaining regarding the causing of seizures, and the issue of lowering white cells, something like that.
Yes,
my lady.
I want him to say something, then we check with Mr. Pitlela. If he can hear the witness, then we proceed. Continue, Doctor.
My lady.
Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, my lady, I can hear. I don't know if I'm visible as well. Because
now
there
you're
seems to be a break in transmission, so I don't know which position to adopt.
Is there no other person to assist you where you are?
No, because this is the position that I've been using since morning and since yesterday, and it seemed everything was working fine. It's just now when we came back from...
No, we understand that. Just for the sake of progress, I just want you to check if you can hear the witness. Mr. Pitlela?
Fine. Malady, let me try and also log in via the YouTube so that I don't delay these proceedings unnecessarily.
Okay, but please, if there is a problem, then you tell us.
Yes, court pleases.
Okay.
My lady, may I continue?
Just a second. Yes, perhaps we should continue because I don't know whether he will give us a sign that he's in or what is happening. Let's proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, you had the last thing you told the court was about the side effects of taking clozapine if it was not prescribed, and you spoke of two side effects. One was lowering the seizure threshold, and the other is lowering the white blood cell count, which makes it harder to fight infections. Have I captured that correctly?
Yes, counsel, you got me correctly. And it's the same explanation I gave above. That is why we don't use it as a first line. So you would not expect a person to just take clozapine out of the blue, especially if they are not used to it. I must just also add, even if you are used to taking clozapine like at 600 milligrams, which is a high dosage, and then you stop it maybe for a month, when you go back to it, we don't put you back at 600. We start afresh and build it up because we want to mitigate that risk of lowering of seizure threshold, the effect on the white cell count, and drowsiness and all other things.
Well, just pause for a moment, Doctor, because I think we've lost the judge.
Counsel Hassim, I'll just check with the judge for you.
Thank you, Ms. Madansela.
Hi everyone, just please note that the judge just got disconnected and she'll join in shortly.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ms.
Nelisiwe.
Matasela.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, I don't know what Mr. Pichela did to me. Okay.
The infectious. Dr. Talatala, we were just concluding, and I just wanted to know if you had anything to add to your conclusion regarding Aaron.
Sorry, let me just read the conclusion first. Yes,
What's
so
happening now? You looked like you also had a problem.
yes. Session of my video. Okay. So my conclusion is that I think he had a severe profound intellectual disability. He was at the risk of swallowing inedible things, which he did, and that must have irritated his stomach, caused him to vomit, and as when he was vomiting, he aspirated something to the lungs, and that caused a pneumonia that eventually led to his. And in my view, there's the discharge itself was not planned. There was a bit of negligence in discharging the person of this severity to an NGO. But even on arrival at NGO, he needed to have been supervised better. And if he was noticed to be vomiting, he should have been taken to hospital on time. And then if, because the pneumonia is a complication of him aspirating the vomiter. So we could have prevented the vomiting by not exposing him to a situation where you'll end up swallowing inedible things.
Thank you, Doctor. The next mental health care user is my lady. I don't know whether you can see the witness, but I can't see him.
Yes, I didn't. Where are you, Doctor?
I'm here, my lady, and my video is working.
Yes, I can see my lady.
Can you see him?
Yes, my lady.
I can't see the witness, my lady.
I also can't see the witness.
Perhaps they need to leave and rejoin.
All right.
There we go.
Just a second for me. I just wanted to access the report. I'm there. We are now going to the next tweet. Docket, this is now, is it Charity Razotso? Yes.
That's right, my lady. Docket number 73.
Yes, I'm there.
And Doctor, it's at page 8 of your report. And as you've noted, this user was transferred from Life Esidimeni to CCRC, and then from CCRC to Anchor Home. And you've described the diagnosis, and we understand from what you've testified already that this is a severe diagnosis, and that he had been institutionalized, like Aaron, he had been institutionalized since childhood. But you also note the medication he was on, and there's a list, about 5. Some of them you've dealt with before. I think actually only clonazepam you've dealt with before. But can you just explain to us what this medication is for?
Yes, my lady. The first one, chlorpromazine, is an antipsychotic. An old antipsychotic in terms of discovery, probably discovered in the 60s. It's a first-line drug that can be used. Antipsychotic, just like clozapine that I mentioned about, but as I said, clozapine is the last line. This one will be the first line antipsychotic. I'm not going to use that order so that I explain it is. The last one, the cyclopentazole injection, is also an antipsychotic. So it's given once a month. They could have at some stage preferred to put him on an injection to make sure that he takes his medications. Therefore, make sure that there's compliance to the medication. Instead of treating him with chlorpromazine only, they would have added the injection just to make sure that he takes his medication. Then the second bullet and the fourth bullet, clonazepam and oxazepam. I dealt with clonazepam earlier. Those are both benzodiazepines. They could be used to calm him down, especially clonazepam. The oxazepam at 30 milligrams must have been used for sleep, actually.
Okay.
Must have been used for sleep because although it's the same family as clonazepam, but it's more sedating. It's more of a hypnotic. You would use it for sleep. Whilst clonazepam maybe to calm it down for anxiety, for epilepsy as an additional drug. Then, if I can carry on.
Yes, go ahead.
Then the ofenadine is the same class as that biperidine. That was 2 milligrams, I think, from our first or second case. Is to deal with side effects of cyclopentazole and chlorpromazine, is to deal with the side effects of antipsychotics, to reverse them, especially the older antipsychotics.
Thank you. You've also noted in this report, when we've also dealt with it previously in the inquest, that this mental health care user became unknown. So he was known while he was at CCRC, but in the process of the transfer, he was an unknown patient at Anchor, and he was admitted as an unknown patient at Mamelodi Regional Hospital after having a seizure. Now, what is the risk of a patient that's on these medications not receiving their medication?
If the court would allow me, my lady, let me first start with the fact that a person becomes unknown. I think to me that is already a problem because it's in the healthcare system. It is familiar for a general hospital to have someone who was picked up by the police from the streets and to be taken there, and that person can be an unknown one for that Friday or that Wednesday. So that is that can happen, and there's no problem with that. But it is a problem if a patient moves from one institution with an identity and becomes unknown in the next institution, because that would mean there is loss in the communication has been lost, and this person is not moving with their documents, that identify them. Obviously, with his levels of illness, he may not be able to explain himself that I am Charity Ratsoto, I'm from this place and that place. But as the patient is being moved, they're moving with their documents, their identification document, they should not become unknown. So I found it strange he suddenly become unknown. Now, to me, it talks to a bit of recklessness in the way he was handled. Even the receiving institution should have said, hey, wait a minute, you are sending us a patient and the patient is unknown. Has this person always been unknown ever since they stayed at Life Esidimeni, wherever they are? So there should have been an attempt to link the person to the name. So I find that a problem. Then, obviously, it is a problem because it will then lead to other bigger problems.
Yes.
For me, it is acceptable for the doctors to search in the dark for that patient who's picked up from the street to Begimilangen Hospital, for instance, and treat whatever they can figure out. But it is not acceptable for a person who's moving from one institution to the next. Because the charity, a diagnosis would have been made. He would have been on treatment. Now, when he's moving from one institution to the next without an identity, that would mean his diagnosis is lost and his medications are lost. So he would then be at the risk of stopping his medications abruptly, because how would the doctors know which ones? Now, if we were to suspect that he's got a psychotic disorder, let's assume, it may not be easy for the next institution to guess that he's on oxazepam and clonazepam, because those drugs are not primarily for treating a psychotic disorder. And the next hospital may not give those medications, and that could put the person at risk of seizures. As I said, if you stop those medications, clonazepam and oxazepam, you put one at the risk of seizures. Obviously, there's other risks associated with stopping the antipsychotics in the first place, because then there's a risk of relapse of the psychotic disorder. But with him, sorry if I can scroll up to the diagnosis. I'm not confused. Yeah, to him, we can also already see that these medications were being used by psychiatrists at Life Esidimeni and even by the people who sent him there, not for the usual indication. They were being used in someone with profound intellectual disability, probably to control the behavior, not what they are registered for. So it was a difficult to treat person who was being prescribed medications that should be used for schizophrenia, but because of behavioral problems, of the challenges they had, they were trying this medication and they had contained him on these medications. So, on a straightforward way, even if the new institution picks up that his profound intellectual disability, they may not automatically think that they must put this person on those medications. They will need the history to know that they need to put this person on those medications, or otherwise they must then take months and years to figure out this person again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So do you have anything to add then to your conclusion that you've already provided in relation to this user?
I think with him as well, I don't want to confuse him, just read the conclusion. Yes, I mean, there's also the information about, I think I wasn't sure if the information about epilepsy between the institutions was relayed, which was as a problem. And he also died from aspiration pneumonia, which could have been due to seizures, vomiting, and then pneumonia and death.
Thank you, Doctor. The next deceased is Christopher Makoba, and my lady, that's docket number 4.
Yes, I'm there.
Doctor, you've noted here that the cause of death was declared natural causes, and you note that he was transferred from Life Esidimeni to Precious Angels. You refer to unsigned, and if I can just refer the court to the page where we see the transfers, and that's page 7673.
Page 7673. 73.
Yes. So this is a document that was provided by Life Esidimeni, and in the first block, it tells us that Christopher Makoba was admitted to Waverley in 2009, and then on the 31st of May 2016, he was transferred to Rand West. And then on the 23rd of June 2016, he was transferred to an NGO. So those are the dates of the transfers. Doctor, you note the diagnosis, mental retardation and epilepsy, and you again note the medication that the user was on. Some of these, again, you've explained, but I see, for example, the first medicine we haven't dealt with before. So can you explain to the court what this medication is used for?
Yes, my lady, the first one is haloperidol. It is an antipsychotic, same as that clopramazine in the previous case, same as clozapine that I said is the second line. So it is a first line antipsychotic as well. At 5 milligrams is a good dosage that they were giving. The number 2 and number 3, epilim is same as sodium valproate is for epilepsy. Carbamazepine is also for epilepsy. They are both on good dosages. And the last one is clonazepam. Is that one we've discussed already to calm them down. The one I've said, if you stop it suddenly, you can have seizures. From a medical point of view, what would be of one worthy of noting is the fact that he's on a combination of epilim and carbamazepine. Because one, it's 2 anticonvulsants. Like we said in the other case, it was on epilim, sodium valproate, and lamotrigine. But what is more tricky here is that combination of epilim and carbamazepine is tricky because they influence each other's blood levels. You see, they influence each other's blood levels. So you need to monitor their blood levels when you prescribe them, because they influence the liver in the way the liver uses up the drug. So it can make the other drug to go up in the level and drop the other one. So it's tricky to prescribe them. They are prescribed. It's not a wrong prescription, but it's also indicative that it is a prescription that should be monitored by, at least initiated by people with experience until they've got an established dose. Then they can release the patient to the community. It's not an easy prescription.
You've said that this is a complicated patient that needs specialized psychiatric care. So if this user were to be discharged to another institution, what level of care would he be required to receive?
Apologies, let me just go over, if I may, why I came to that conclusion. Yeah, just like the others, I mean, you can already see that we are treating mental retardation with epilepsy. It sounds like a difficult to treat epilepsy. That is why we are using, that's why they were using 2 anticonvulsants. And he must have had behavioral problems as well. That is why they added haloperidol and clonazepam. So in terms of medication prescription, it was a complicated patient. The diagnosis itself of intellectual disability plus epilepsy, to me, needs specialized care or people with experience looking after. If the patient is in the community, you need people with experience in looking after people with intellectual disability. So you wouldn't afford, for instance, to run out of medications because you will have a problem of the behavior could relapse or the seizures could relapse.
So what is missing in this docket? It wasn't done. Was a post-mortem. And this was noted by state pathologist Dr. Rousseau. Can I just take you to Dr. Rousseau's report? It's at page 750.
7650.
That's correct, Mary. Doctor, do you have that in front of you?
Yes, Councillor, I have.
Have you read this before? Have you seen this before?
Yes, I've said it, but I've read it before, but I won't remember it off my head.
Let me refresh your
memory. Opportunity to read it. It's not long. It's only half a page.
Let me know when you've done reading it, Doctor.
Yes, I've read it.
Thank you, Doctor. So this the pathologist, notes that the deceased needed 24 hours a day care, and that he says in paragraph 3 that the death most probably related to his mental and physical condition. An exhumation and autopsy at this stage will probably not contribute significantly to the investigation, and the cause of death will probably have to be determined during the inquest based on information on the docket and evidence to be presented. So what we have in the docket, what you've looked at for your report, is Dr. Rousseau's, this opinion by Dr. Rousseau. And there are several statements by care workers at the NGO where he was placed. Can I take you to one of the statements? They're all pretty consistent. Can I take you to one statement? It's at page 7694.
Yes, we found it.
So this is a statement of Ms. Nonhlanhla Eunice Ndlovu. Do you recall reading this statement before?
Yes, Councillor.
And if I could just take the quote straight to paragraph 3, where she speaks about this deceased. She says, on arrival at Precious Angel Home, the wheelchair which Christopher Makoba was using was taken back to Life Care Centre, and the patients were not assessed by any medical personnel. Food at the centre was not enough. Sometimes the lunch prepared will also be shared for supper amongst the patients. The patients ate normal food, and there was no patient on special diet. At the centre, there were no medical equipments like wheelchairs, scales, blood pressure machine, surgical clothes, but she means gloves, facial mask, she means mask, and thermometers. When Christopher arrived at the centre, he was fine, but as the day passed by, he started to lose weight and not eating well. I tried to make food to be fine, but it didn't help the patient. I called Ethel several times that the patient needed medical attention and he was not taken to any medical facility. And the response I got from Ethel was that we are adults enough, we must make a plan. Paragraph 4. On Saturday, 2016-07-02 at about 0800, I reported on duty at the centre and we used to work double shifts. At night, when I made checkup on the patients, I found Christopher on the ground again. I took him back into his bed. At around 2 a.m., I found the user on the ground gasping for air. The user was placed on the sponge. At approximately 4 a.m., when I checked the patient, his body was cold and I suspected that something is not right with the patient. I then called other workers, Sekhofatso, Matlatsi, Tabo, and Zintle to assist. The emergency medical personnel arrived at the centre at about 6 a.m. They then attended to the patient, and later on, the user was declared death by the paramedic on the scene. The care worker, Julia, had arrived at work and told us to bath the patient, and she then showed us how to dress the deceased person. The deceased body was then taken by the private mortuary. So what the care worker is telling us is the description of the level of care and the capacity of the NGO is very far below what you say this user would have required. So we have, yes, if you can just comment on that in relation to your conclusions. We don't have a post-mortem report now, so the best we can go on is on descriptions of what took place around the time of the user's demise.
I think before the witness responds, there is I think there is an objection. Just complete your question, Ms. Asim.
My lady, I'm asking the doctor to elaborate on his conclusion with reference to what we know to be the lack of adequate care at this NGO.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, with respect to my learned colleague, the answer has already been suggested because is already being told about the level of care and what is suggestive of it. I think because my learned colleague, in ordinary circumstances, I would not have a problem with this question being asked during cross-examination, but in this instance, my learned colleague is leading this witness. And as such, under evidence in chief, that is objectionable to be suggesting answers.
Ms. Asim?
My lady, I'm merely taking the witness to other parts of the record, which is already read. Secondly, this is not a typical trial. And we're here to try to come to the truth of what took place. And I would submit that on that basis, there's a small degree of latitude to be afforded to me in leading this witness.
Can I hear one or two, the evidence leader and one of you, and then close the matter? Mr. Late, Mr. Martin?
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, I agree with Ms. Hassim. The Act simply provides that people can put questions to witnesses. There's no question of examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination in the inquest. And I think we've covered that quite a few times already. So the questions may well imply an answer in the question, but I think Ms. Hassim is actually entitled to put direct questions to witnesses. I apologize, my lady.
Continue.
So I don't believe that the questioning is inappropriate at the level that Mr. Piklela says.
Okay, thank you. Can I hear Mr. Late or any of the evidence leaders and close the matter? Unless if there is any other person, but I don't want to prolong the debate. Where our Ms. Marut?
Thank you, my lady. I agree with Advocate Asim as well as the previous counsel that the question can be allowed.
Thank you very much. I think...
My lady, if I may clarify...
yes, just clarify first. In fact, you did well because I nearly forgot to give you the chance to reply. Thank you.
Yes, my lady, I think the point has been missed. The point is not the question. The point is the suggestion that followed the reading of the narration of the report. That is the part that I have a problem with. If my learned senior counsel had indicated to the witness what the witness's opinion would be on that aspect, that would have been acceptable. But already my learned senior counsel has already suggested to the witness that that is evidence of negligence or in the treatment and whatever of the care. So that is the portion that I have the problem with, not the question and what was being read to the record, because that evidence is already there. I have a problem with the suggestion of the answer, and then after suggesting the answer, a question is posed for the witness to confirm the conclusions that were drawn by the senior counsel. And that is where everybody's missing the point.
Oh, okay. I hear you. Ms. Asif?
My lady, in order to curtail this and first,
yes, just retrace and then we lay the matter.
Yes, can I ask the doctor, in the light of what I read to you, what comment do you have on that in relation to your conclusion?
Yes, my lady, I've been reminded of two documents that I've seen, this by the caregiver, but as well as the doctor who the prof who wrote another document. But both documents highlight to me negligent care. I'll start with I think it was pathologist, the doctor first, before I come to the care worker. This patient died at an NGO. The patient has got a mental illness. A diagnosis of the death, of the cause of death, is not established. It's unknown to the treating people there at the NGO. It is not someone who is known that she had uncontrolled diabetes or heart failure, and therefore we expect anyway the life expectancy is going to die from the heart failure in the next 6 months of the cancer. This is someone who just has a mental illness. Upon the death of someone with a mental illness, where there is no established medical cause for it, there should have been a postmortem done, and there should have been an inquest. There should have been an interest in finding out what caused the death. So I would not, in my hospital, have someone dying in the psychiatric ward, and we don't establish the medical cause of the death. Because
so there should have been an inquest or a postmortem.
A postmortem. There should have been the institution should have been interested in having a postmortem done to establish the real cause of was it a heart attack, was it whatever it is the medical cause, because the patient, he could have been assaulted by a nurse, by a doctor, by another patient. He could have fallen. There could have been a crime for that matter. So that's why a postmortem would have been quite important. And I think either the institution was not aware of what to do with death where the cause is not known, or they were negligent. Now, if you look at his illness,
yes, continue.
Yes. Now, if you look at his diagnosis and the limitation that he had, the fact that he needed feeding and he needed to be sort of supervised, that would mean that unless feeding is supervised, he may not eat. And he could die of hunger. Two, if you're gonna accept a patient like that needs feeding, you should have at least blood sugar monitoring, because how else are you gonna know that? Because it means they're gonna tell you that I'm hungry. They're gonna tell that I've not eaten enough. So you may need to have, even if it's daily or twice a day, some kind of blood sugar monitoring. Well, maybe you then don't do it every day, let's assume. But once the patient passes out, it's even more critical now that you must check the blood sugar, because they could even pass out just from low blood sugar. So if you're going to look after people with severe or profound mental retardation or intellectual disability, then you need those basic things to monitor their health, because they're not going to communicate to you and say, I'm hungry. So you may have to check the temperature, check the blood sugar, check the blood pressure yourself to know that they are not well. So that is why I would conclude that the care at the NGO was of below expected standard. Or they did have adequate care, but the patient was not matched to the right NGO. He was too ill for the level of care that NGO can have. Because I don't want to give an impression that all NGOs must provide care required by people with severe profound intellectual disability. There could be NGOs that have got lower care because they will accept patients that needs less care. But this patient was mismatched for the NGO, and the quality of care that NGO was providing.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, then we'll move on to the next docket, and that's of Franz Decker. It's docket 56. He was transferred from Life Esidimeni to Tsepong Care Center on 12 May 2016. And as you've noted in your report, he was taken to Kalafong Hospital for surgery that was necessitated because of his bed sores. In your conclusion, you say that Franz Decker was not suitable for placement in an NGO, and that the reckless discharge from Life Esidimeni and the placement in an NGO already concluded by the periodical report not to be suitable for his level of care put him at risk of the pressure sores and emaciated. I don't know if you meant emaciation, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong. That complicated with sepsis and ultimately his death. Can you just please comment on your conclusion? Elaborate on your conclusion. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Council. I'm sure I wanted to say emaciation, but yes. I think it's a typing error. Yes. Franz Decker as well, just like a few others above that we've discussed, he has a periodical report, I think it was signed by Dr. Sepe, on the 3rd of August 2015, that said he was not suitable for placement in an NGO. And we found him dying from complications of pressure sores. He's got a diagnosis of traumatic brain injury with cognitive impairment. I don't know the level of disability, physical disability that he had, because pressure sores occur if one is lying in bed and there's no one who's tending them and supervising them. But assuming that he had a severe physical disability that was confined in bed, I think that in a wheelchair. He was in a wheelchair, yes, which should not. It should be able to. It's not as bad as someone who's in a bed, who's confined in bed, because the bed sore even become more tricky if you are confined in bed. But he was in a wheelchair. It means he needed to be checked and be turned and not be in one position for a prolonged period of time. Because if you are in one position for prolonged periods of time, then you'll get, because of the pressure, you'll get the skin will damage that area, and you will then get a bed sore. Because of the traumatic brain injury and cognitive impairment, I'm sitting now on a chair. I can feel the pain between my contact of my body contact with the chair, and I can stand up. We take breaks, but imagine if you got an old a grandmother at home who's impaired. If you leave them on that chair, they could sit there the whole day without moving, and eventually they'll develop pressure sore. Assume you did make that mistake. If you do make that mistake, when you come back in the afternoon, oh, grandma is developing a sore, you will then take that person to hospital to deal with that painful area that is developing. You won't let it evolve until it gets infected, which was the level he was at if he actually needed a surgical intervention. So to me, he was inappropriately placed, mismatched for the NGO, because he should not have been discharged with the periodical said so. When he was at the NGO, there was a level of negligent care, because it looks to me that he was allowed to sit with a pressure sore that needed even more specialized care, including surgery at the hospital.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll move on to the next docket, Koketso Mokherane. It's docket 64. And this user was transferred from Life Esidimeni to Rebafeni on 27 May 2016, and he died on 15 June 2016. This also is a docket in which we do not have a post-mortem. And what I understand from your report, Doctor, is you read the contents of the document, and in particular the statement by the brother of Koketso Mokwerane. Can you explain to the court why you came to the conclusion that you did, that there was a lack of care that was provided to this user?
I'm going to take it backwards from his death. He was found dead, I think, he had died alone, but there was no postmortem done on him. So no one would have known what he died from. So it was also negligence to have someone with schizophrenia dying alone and not request a postmortem. Negligence or lack of knowledge from the NGO. So the postmortem should have been done. Otherwise, how do we know what he died from? And if it was not a crime scene, or if he was not assaulted, if he didn't fall, it could be, or he didn't take a poison by himself, or being poisoned by someone else. So a postmortem should have been done. But if you also look at the brother's report, they noticed that he deteriorated. There was not enough food, and he was in distress. Obviously, we're just relying on the brother's opinion, but if it was not enough food, especially with schizophrenia, especially with the medications that they're usually on, with the patients with schizophrenia, they have increased appetite because of the medications, and food is quite important to them. The distress, that also could have been because he was hungry and unwell because he's hungry, but it could also, I don't know how, if he was getting his medications without food. You see, that will all cause distress. So to me, even this case also shows a poor level of care at the NGO, and probably mismatched for the NGO as well.
Thank you, Doctor. If I could just refer you and for the purpose of the court to the statement by the brother, my lady. It's at 12:1. It's at page 12942.
12942.
That's correct, my lady. It's the statement of Lucas Mokwerane. And he describes the transfer of his brother to Rebafeni, and there's quite a lot of detail in there, which you've already mentioned some of it, Doctor. But can I take you to paragraph 7 of the statement, where his brother says, Christopher was not a violent person before, but during the visit he cried and was agitated. I spoke to Nolene, I guess is the owner of the center, about the traumatic stress and medical care of my brother. And she said she was forced to take patients even though she was not ready and was still settling in. Let me just pause there. What would cause a mental health care user to become violent, or what he says, he was agitated and he cried?
Yes, my lady. I think the previous cases we've been focusing on intellectual disability. We have not dealt with other psychiatric conditions like schizophrenia.
I can't hear you. Just a second. Oh. Yeah, just repeat. I didn't hear you properly.
Yes, my lady. I was sorry about that. I was saying in the previous cases we've been dealing a lot with intellectual disability and less with schizophrenia as a diagnosis. So I'm going to change the focus now to an illness like schizophrenia. Mm-hmm. Christopher would have been familiar with his environment at Life Esidimeni. A move would cause an adjustment disorder. It would cause sadness. Let me put it simpler. A move would could cause sadness and anxiety.
Just a second. What is the name of this? Oh, just a second. Oh, the other name is Christopher. Thank you. I wanted to verify before you refer to the name Christopher, because we had another Christopher. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
The full name is Christopher Koketso.
No, in my mind, I had Koketso in mind, but now I know that there was another Christopher Mahoba. Continue.
Yes, madam. So a move from one home to the next home is associated with adjustment disorder and depression, even amongst people with non-psychiatric disorder. Moving houses is a stressful event. It's one of the stressful events. So now I'm not even talking about someone with normal mental function. We're talking about someone with schizophrenia who's being moved from a home to another home. He's got limited abilities to care for himself. So that movement on its own needs to be mitigated, needs to be managed, because he can be depressed and anxious. And moving in with new people who will not be familiar with him, he will also not be familiar with them. They will not know how we communicate. And now in this one, there's also other stressors. There's no food, which could be quite distressing with someone with schizophrenia on medication. So he probably was getting depressed and anxious by the move. That is why he was getting agitated. At the worst scenario, he may also not have been getting these medications, but I'm not getting that. But the lack of food, the movement would make him to be depressed and anxious, as it would to all of us. But he's got limited emotional resources to deal with the distress.
So can you just, as you said, Christopher Koketso had schizophrenia. What type of care is required for a person with schizophrenia?
Let me talk about the one who is institutionalized, because schizophrenia, the level of severity as well, it ranges. There are people with schizophrenia who are working. The one who is institutionalized, it means they are treatment refractory. That is, the symptoms are not getting better despite all the best medications the world can provide him. So he's not getting better. He remains having some psychotic features that he has. And he would therefore not be able to look after himself. If we discharge him out of the hospital, he'll probably end up in the streets, or being abused, or out in the streets, or even being arrested by police for whatever he could have done, even fighting, whatever. So, if they are institutionalized, they would need someone to obviously provide medications and shelter, but they will need to be supervised as well with eating. They need to be supervised with hydration. They need to be supervised about where, as I say, the environment. They must not sit in the sun the whole day. In fact, the eating is sort of a bit of an opposite with schizophrenia, because sometimes some of them, they drink too much water, where they would, if I to use loose terms, it even dilutes the blood. They drink liters and liters of blood, of water, and the sodium levels in the blood start going down. It's a risk factor that we have. So you need to watch their fluid intake, so that it's not the opposite. It's not too much, where they drown themselves into the water. So there is a level of training that a person must have before they look after someone with, I'm assuming, severe mental illness, which is schizophrenia, which is different from someone who's got schizophrenia, where they are working. There are patients like that as well.
So just a second. Just a second. Yes, continue.
Doctor, if a person has to be institutionalized because of their schizophrenia, what kind of supervision is required? Do you, and particularly in the case of this user who appears not to have been monitored at night, is that significant? or not?
I won't push it and say, unless they are, I mean, he was at Life Esidimeni. At Life Esidimeni, they would have had nurses rounds even at night to check on them. That is what he would have been used to because it's a hospital. But I wouldn't push and say everyone with schizophrenia needs 24-hour monitoring. So you could have an NGO that would let them sleep by themselves at night. But if there is a risk, you can have that, but it is a risk. If then you wake up in the morning, they've died, you need to establish the cause. I must say, even though I'm saying that they can sleep by themselves, I'm not meaning unsupervised, because remember, they can get out of the door, they can go and hang themselves, commit suicide. There's a high risk of suicide with schizophrenia. I'm not meaning you can let them, especially in institution, you can let them sleep by themselves and just forget about them. You should have some kind of monitoring, but maybe not as intense as hospital supervision. But for Christopher, remember, he had just moved in from a situation where he was monitored much more intensely. So if I had received him and running an NGO, I would have sort of taken the same monitoring the hospital was having, Life Esidimeni, and then slowly reduce it as I get comfortable with him. So at the beginning, you needed probably as intense monitoring as at Life Esidimeni, and then you reduce it over time.
In order for him to adjust?
It is in order for him to adjust. You won't even know if he can sleep. As I said, the other big risk that you face is that he could just kill himself at night as a suicide. Especially because he's going to be in a new institution, he's going to be depressed. He already has schizophrenia.
Thank you, Doctor. The next user then is Deborah Petler, and that's docket number 96. And she was transferred from Life Esidimeni to Takalani on 23 March 2016. You've noted her diagnosis as born with intellectual disability, profound mental retardation, and epilepsy. She was transferred to from Life Esidimeni to Takalani on the 23rd of March 2016. She died 3 days later on the 26th of March. And the cause of death was asphyxia due to the aspiration of blood. Now, Doctor, as you know and you've noted, Deborah Petler had ingested plastic and brown paper that was found in her stomach at the post-mortem. So, given her diagnosis, what is your comment on the fact that she ingested this foreign material and the kind of supervision that would have been required for Deborah Petler?
Yes, Deborah Petler, I'm not sure if I'm confused, if it is not the one that had periodical that he said he was prone to ingesting things. Am I confusing?
Yes, I think it is the same. There was a report where she eats rubbish, I think was the actual...
I think it's got a periodical report that say as early as 2013 that says she was prone to swallow inedible things. So she was already known that it was already known by Life Esidimeni that she swallows inedible things. Because of her diagnosis of intellectual disability, as I've mentioned in the other cases, she was at risk of swallowing inedible things because of the brain that is not developed. So she could just mouth it, take it to the mouth. And in fact, this one, they were also already aware at Life Esidimeni that actually as early as 2013, that's what she does. So that would mean that if you were to take her and you want to look after her, one, you want to minimize any loose stuff around her, wherever she's at. And in fact, when I've got patients like that, which I do where at Solomon State Memorial where we work, we actually just have a care worker that is always with them all the time so that they can be monitored, because it's very difficult sometimes to, life to manage all individuality. So it's better to have a care worker. Once there are no inedible things around, it's better to have a care worker just supervising the patient. Now, Life Esidimeni had said that she is prone to that. That is the service they probably offered her. And to me, it must have been very intense, because within 3 days of arriving at Takalani, she had already acted on what was known in 2013. She had already swallowed the inedible stuff, and which eventually led to her death. So she needed closer supervision. Remember, even for her, even though I didn't mention this about the patients with intellectual disability, they will also be distressed by a movement from one facility to the next. But they may not respond like Christopher was crying, Christopher was agitated. They may just respond with the behavior, by the changing behavior, because they don't have all the emotional resources to cry. They say, I hate this movement, I'm sad about it. They may, include in that mouthing, they may just scope. They are what I call it bad behavior. That bad behavior may just get worse because they are distressed by the movement. They are arriving in a facility. I think this one had nurses, but they are not familiar with her. So they are not used to her. Probably they didn't even know that she's at the risk of swallowing inedible things, so they wouldn't even mitigate that risk. So to me, she was not prepared well for the placement. She was not suitable for Takalani, because even Life Esidimeni had said so, and we know the risk that she has. If we were to insist on Takalani to take her, we would have to then prepare Takalani itself, make Takalani aware of the risk of her swallowing things, and so that Takalani could mitigate that risk.
Would the nurses have to have some experience in mental health care in order to care for a user like Deborah Petla?
Yes, in my view, they should have experienced mental care, not just mental care, looking after people with intellectual disability, especially of adult age, not the small children, or of adult age. Because, as I said earlier, it's sort of, you're looking after a big body that has got the mind of a small child. They can do big things. They are physically stronger. So it's not just the experience of psychiatry only. It's also the experience of looking after intellectual disability in old people, not in people of adult age.
So, in other words, the fact that mental health care users might have the mental age of a child doesn't mean that they can be cared for in a home for children. That would give us even more risk to care for them in a home for children, because these are adults. These are old people. They are adults, and the nurses looking after the small children may not be so familiar with looking after adults. Let me put it this way: in health, especially in specialized care, and I say it in general hospital, if you are in a medical ward, because the nurses work in that medical ward, they are not as familiar with looking after someone in a psychiatric ward. In fact, the nurses in the medical ward usually hate the psychiatric patient in their medical ward. So are the ones in the psychiatric ward. They are not familiar looking after someone in the medical ward. I'm talking about adults now, because different routines, in a psychiatric ward, you're worried about suicide, you're worried about whether the patient will walk out of the ward or not. In the medical ward, you're worried about temperature, you're worried about your drip if it's flowing. You see, this is not to talk down about our nurses, but it is impossible for them to know everything, especially in specialized care. They sharpen their skills in the area that they are working with. So if they are used to looking after small children, they may not be familiar looking after adults with intellectual disability. So the adult with intellectual disability, they've got their own needs compared to smaller children. Thank you, Doctor. Let's move on then to number 9, Josiah Daniels. That's docket 12. Josiah Daniels was transferred from Life Esidimeni to Precious Angels, again 23 June 2016. He died on 8th August 2016 at Pretoria West Hospital and you've noted his diagnosis, cerebral palsy and epilepsy. He was also, you note, on 2 medicines, which were Epilim and Tegretol. Is this, I don't know that we've dealt with this medication, but you say it's also an anticonvulsant.
Yes, that's what I did. Tegretol is carbamazepine. We dealt with it earlier. They had used the chemical name carbamazepine. Tegretol is the trade name for it. Thank you.
And he died of pneumonia, as necrotizing pneumonia is what you've noted. You conclude that it is, in your opinion, that his pneumonia should have been picked up earlier, that he died, you say, with pneumonia, to have died before he presented to appropriate medical care was probably due to the delay by the staff at Precious Angels in picking up that Josiah had a respiratory disease. And it could be negligence or inexperience of the staff that led to that. Could you just elaborate, Doctor, on your conclusion and the progression of respiratory disease to the death of this user?
Yes, he died from pneumonia. Pneumonia is not like a heart attack, where you can just have a heart attack and collapse, and by the time you're in hospital, if you make it, you are dead. Pneumonia evolves. It can evolve rapidly, but it evolves. The person would first be unwell, maybe they may be coughing, they may have a chest pain, and they'll feel that they are unwell. Now, it may be reasonable if the person is at home, they feel unwell, they think it's flu, they go and consult a traditional healer, so they delay because they're trying other things to help themselves. It would be unreasonable in an institution, someone who's institutionalized, to have symptoms of pneumonia that evolve and the person dies without really consulting a doctor for a pneumonia. I would have expected that in an institution, early signs of pneumonia will be picked up, whether it's a cough, it's a chest pain, it's a temperature. But what complicates issues for this institution, which is this NGO, is the fact that Josiah had cerebral palsy. So Josiah may not have articulated his symptoms in the usual way of someone who's having a pneumonia that is evolving in their lungs. So they were not familiar with him. They may not even have been familiar with the level of mental illness that he had. There could have been unusual symptoms. Maybe he refused to eat, or he's withdrawn. There could be other things they picked up. And obviously, if they monitored, they would have picked up a temperature. Then they say we can't have a temperature in an old person. In the institution, we take the person to a doctor. So I'm saying there was a delay because I do not expect pneumonia to be like a heart attack, where someone just collapses and then by the time the hospital are dead. There should have been early symptoms, even if it was a day or two of the symptoms evolving.
Right, thank you. And then finally, number 10, Matlakala Motswahai, it's docket number 16. So this user, doctor, was also transferred to Precious Angels from Life Esidimeni on 29 June 2016.
Just a second, for the purpose of the record, the name is Matlakala, Matlakala, and the surname is Motswahai, Motsoahae. Thank you. Motswahai. Proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, she was transferred to Precious Angels on 29 June 2016, and she died on 26 August 2016 at Kalafong Hospital. She had been, according to the notes at Kalafong Hospital, there are limited records, let me just say, in this docket, but according to the notes from Kalafong, this user had Alzheimer's dementia 3 years prior to her death, and she had been admitted with septic bed sores. She also had a lower respiratory tract infection and other conditions like a septic hand and so on, that you've noted in your report. You conclude that this user was inappropriately placed at an NGO, and that is what resulted in her complications and the septic bed sores. Can you please elaborate on your conclusion in respect of this user?
Yes, my lady. Same as the others above, she had Alzheimer's dementia, which will result in poor cognition, poor executive function. Like I think it was the first case that we dealt with.
We can't see the witness, but I think.
No.
Can you see? Okay,
it consists of the videos. So just like I think it was the Virginia Macapella.
Sorry, Doctor, to interrupt, but you've disappeared again.
Just get over it.
Okay, stay there.
I have not touched it, it just switches off by itself. Yeah. So I'll say that just like Virginia Macapella, I think she also had dementia. It's the same kind of scenario where the Alzheimer's itself, its main feature is that you lose memory. And you lose the executive functions, the ability to look after yourself, to plan, to organize yourself, to know when to eat, and all of that. We don't have information of whether he was, if I remember well, I don't think we've got information whether she was bedridden or not. But she seems to have developed bed sores, and she seems to have developed other infections. The lower respiratory infection, which could be a pneumonia, the septic hand, and she was already developing kidney impairment, kidney failure, renal impairment, and there's hypernatremia, is high sodium in the blood. So this is a person who was complicating medically with infections. Why, if she was appropriately placed and was up and about walking, why would she then develop bed sores? Is it because she was moved from life Esidimeni already bedridden, and therefore the NGO needed to manage her bed sores all the time? Or alternatively, did she get sick at the NGO and was bedridden and then developed the bed sores that are complicating with infections? So to me, I'm getting the impression from looking at this that the NGO could not cope with her. She was not a perfect match for the NGO, probably because of the level of his dementia. At level of dementia, they must have provided more direct care and supervision for her. She mustn't be in bed the whole day. She must be up and down. She must go for group sessions, walk outside, that kind of a care, so that you can get her mobile all the time. So you may find that she arrived there was reduced mobility that resulted in bed sore and all other infections. Because even the lower, if you are not mobile, if you just stay in bed, even if you are healthy, you are putting yourself at risk of infection. Mobility is what is designed to be mobile beings. Mobility is good for one's health. So, but for someone with dementia, that mobility may need someone to supervise it and make sure that it happens. They go for exercise, they go outside, they take a walk.
So, Doctor, I think that this user was bedridden. But if a user is bedridden, does it mean that you are just therefore prone to getting bed sores? And yes, can you comment on that?
Yes.
And to get particularly, sorry, Doctor, particularly to get septic bed sores.
Yes. If she was bedridden, I don't think she would then be a suitable person for it. That on its own, with Alzheimer's dementia and being bedridden, that would make her not suitable for an NGO that could be looking after a big number of people with lesser human resource. In fact, if you are stuck with that person, I would rather recommend send her home if there's a person who can look after her. If she's already bedridden, I don't think an NGO that has got many patients to look after with less resources, but she will need a direct care, someone to tend the patient regularly, probably every 2 hours, so that she doesn't develop pressure sores on the areas that she's lying on the bed with. So she would have been inappropriate discharge from Life Esidimeni. These hospitals, like Life Esidimeni, there's one I work with, as I mentioned earlier, Solomon 6 Memorial Hospital. They do have a ward called Sick Bay. We have it ourselves, the clinic Solomon 6 Memorial, where the patients who are, like for instance, bedridden or who are sick from anything, we separate them from the other patients and put them in a sick bay so that there is even more direct supervision and more direct care. I mean, Life Esidimeni, so is Solomon 6 Memorial Hospital, would also have a doctor looking at them in the hospital, not that you have to transfer. So there'll be a doctor who will be supervising their treatment, especially if they are bedridden. You wouldn't want to mix the ones who are bedridden with the ones who are not bedridden. In fact, I would not place a patient who is bedridden with Alzheimer's dementia in an NDJO unless I wanted to hasten their death. I think that would be careless on my side. So I think she actually is one feature I missed, that if she was bedridden, that is one reason that she should have been one of those cases that should have been at least maybe moved to a hospital somewhere or to Stekfontein, to a place where there'll be more direct nursing care. Now that she ended up then at the NGO, then the NGO needed to provide that level of care, whether it's someone, a care worker, that makes sure that she's tend regularly to pick up the pressure sore. Assuming that didn't happen as well, when the pressure sore starts, then this person should have been taken to hospital. We can't just tolerate it as if it's someone in Emakai, in the rural areas, who said, I don't want to be taken to hospital, I want to die at home. We can't take it like that. In an institution, the person should have been taken to a hospital so that we can treat the septic sore, the bad sore before it even becomes septic. And obviously in the hospital, there's better nursing care to look after that septic sore before it becomes septic. Because once it becomes septic and this person has got Alzheimer's dementia, the risk of dying is even much higher. You get septicemia, you get sepsis. The infection will spread throughout the blood and cause all infection throughout the blood, and the person will eventually die.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, that brings us to the end of your report. I just would like to ask if we'll give you an opportunity, if there's anything that you wish to add to do so before I close my questions.
Maybe you should guide the doctor. Is it in relation to this one or to all of them?
No, in relation to your overall impressions,
yes,
having looked at all of the dockets.
Thank you. That's what I wanted.
Okay. I think I made it at my introduction in all, I commented this in all of them. To me, these were severely ill mental health care users. Most of them, it was predictable that there will be consequences if they are discharged, even to a NGO that is familiar with them. I think that is quite important. So it was predicted that there will be complications if they are discharged to even a normal NGO. It seems to this one, they were moved to NGOs that are not really familiar with looking after this kind of patients. And they were moved in huge numbers. And I really want to mention that even if you are running a hospital, you don't want to admit 20 patients in one day. I mean, the same set of people admitting 20 patients. Now I'm talking about where things are run properly, they're planned. You want to do them to build up your numbers. It's worse if you're starting to take these people for the first time. If I were to open a psychiatric hospital, even a private one for that matter, I would not, if it's a 30-bed psychiatric hospital, I would not want, and I've worked in them, we don't want it to be full on day one with 30 beds, 30 patients, because the risks are higher if you just fill up that hospital. You must build up, have the staff, have all the system, have to check that everything is perfectly well. Then you have one patient, build up, 2 patients, 3, build it up, because you test with a patient. If you still have one patient, you got to pick up, oh, we forgot to buy this, we forgot to, no, we don't know. You'll test the system with that 1 or 2 or 3 patients. If for day 1, you fill up maximum, you're going to struggle and have complications. In fact, in my view, it's also a problem. I know we're living with that in South Africa. It is a problem that a hospital can be full every day and function at maximum capacity every day. Because why is that a problem? Because it is assuming that all systems will work at maximum capacity every day. And that is, it's impossible to achieve that. So it is actually okay, even a hospital that makes money, I'm talking about a private hospital now, it's okay for the private hospital to go down 70%, 80%, and then 100% some days. So you cannot just open a private hospital, a private psychiatric facility. I'm talking about, when I'm saying private hospital, I mean psychiatric hospital. You cannot open a private psychiatric facility. I'm mentioning private because that would be well resourced. And fill it up to the maximum on day 1. You are running the risk of causing complications. So it was reckless to fill up these NGOs, a huge number of patients, with patients who are way more ill compared to the private patients that I'm talking about. I'm talking about these ones. These patients are the worst of the lot in terms of the severity of the illness. To move them at once would be. It would also, let me just add, so I'm being long, it would also be something that has not been done before. So it would have needed all of us. If for instance, if today, Life Esidimeni will say, we've run out of money, we're closing, move these patients to somewhere, we would have to put all our resources, all our minds, psychiatrists, psychologists, all the leadership of mental health in Gauteng, and say, how do we manage this crisis that we are now suddenly forced to move this big number of patients to another institution? And even with those heads, we would have complications. So it is not, if you do it with that kind of intensity, you'll be careless. And to do it, you must have a good reason. There must have been a fire. So the hospital's burnt down. Therefore, we now suddenly must move people out of Charlotte Michael because there's a fire. So then you will face the risk, because anyway you are dealing with even a bigger risk because the hospital has been on fire. So that's why I'm concluding here that it was reckless or negligent to discharge them. I think it was negligent for the NGOs to accept them, because it was a deviation from what the NGOs would have behaved before. NGOs that we are used to, if you send them a patient that they can't cope with, they send the patient back to you, or they don't even accept the patient. So there was a level of negligence from the NGOs as well. That is my conclusion.
Thank you, Doctor. My lady, I have no further questions at this stage for the doctor.
Yeah, hey, doctor, you have taken the whole day. So I don't know tomorrow. You might, I don't know whether you'd need several days before you are excused here. This will mean that we'll have to, therefore, adjourn the proceedings to tomorrow. The doctor is available tomorrow. Am I correct, evidence leaders?
My lady, we were informed that his evidence will take 2 days, so it's my respectful submission that he is, and he also shook his head when the court asked the question, to confirm that.
Thank you very much. Doctor, you are warned that you are still under oath, as I did that before, and also indicated that you are fully well conversant with the proceedings in court. You are warned to be back tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. To continue with your evidence. These proceedings are therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the 17th of March, 2022. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please,
your ladyship.
May it please your ladyship.